Good morning, Mr. Callard. Are you ready?
We are ready. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Callard, when we adjourned yesterday, we were dealing with the first of the 5 topics we had agreed Mr. Laher deals with in his statement regarding the evidence you gave. And this first topic relates to the increase in estimated total cost of the 100 locomotive acquisition, you remember?
Correct, yes.
We had not finished that topic, and I would invite us to do so now. We had indicated that Mr. Laher deals with these issues in certain paragraphs, in particular 26, 27, 28, 31, 32, 36, and 38 of his statement.
Yes.
Now, if you refer to...
I'm sorry, which exhibit are we using?
My apologies, Chair, that would be Exhibit BB4F. Now, what the Chair has immediately in front of him is Mr. Callard's range, which is his statement and annexures. I'm at F4F.
Yes.
And in particular, we are looking at the second statement under tab 2. It's written second statement.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
And for ease
I
of-
see it is written now.
Yes, Chair, we try to update your files.
Thank you.
Thank you. For ease of reference, Chair, I would request the Chair to please have regard to Mr. Callard's own statement, BB4A.
Yes.
And his statement in BB4A will run from page 1. As I indicated yesterday, having identified the issues that Mr. Laher deals with, we will be reading both statements. We understand
Okay.
what Mr. Callard testified to and then see what Mr. Laher's response is.
Yes.
In particular, on this aspect, we are now at page 15 of Mr. Callard's BB4A, at paragraphs 64 and 66. That is where, of Mr. Callard, BB4A,
At 64.
at 64, paragraph 64, page
Okay.
15. You have the statement, Chair.
I've got the statement. Let
If
me
the
just
cha-
make sure. My page 64 seems to be
No,
something
Chair,
else.
page 15, paragraph 64.
Oh,
My
page
apologies if I caused
15.
confusion, yes.
Page
The page is
15.
15, the paragraph is 64.
Oh, okay. Yes. I've got
And while then when we are on 15, at 64 and 65, Mr. Callard, you will recall, Chair, is expressing a view that he could not justify the increase from 3.87 billion to 4.8 billion. So what we are dealing with is now Mr. Laher's response thereto.
Okay.
Thank you. And just to wrap up how far we had gone yesterday, we indicated that as far as our determination goes, in the paragraphs in Mr. Laher's statement where he deals with this issue, he does not firstly deny that the increase was excessive.
No, correct.
Doesn't. We dealt with annexure YL24 to the second statement appearing at page 44 of Mr. Laher's second statement, where Mr. Laher demonstrated how he did his calculations, which brought him to a figure of 41 million per locomotive. We then dealt with the aspect that Mr. Laher claims that Mr. Singh advised that Mr. Molefe had agreed already to a price of 44 million, and we are now at the point of dealing with the justification for the 44 million. Okay? Now, For this, we need to go to Mr. Lahaye's page 36, paragraph 36, I apologize. And that paragraph 36, Chair, appears at page 7. Now, in this page 36, before we deal with the facts that Mr. Lahaye speaks of, I note that he introduces two concepts that perhaps we might benefit from an explanation of. He speaks of a concept of rebaselining the price. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, he speaks of a concept of walk forward.
Yes, he does.
Now, before we deal with what he says, are you familiar with both concepts?
I have a view on both concepts.
Okay, can you then, perhaps for our edification, tell us what rebaselining means and involves?
Certainly, in my understanding, rebaselining would imply the following. I have the price of an article for, in this instance, a locomotive, which is perhaps 2 years in the past. I wish now, and that is a locomotive which, and let's call it an over-the-counter price, fit for purpose, that I can
Yes.
take it off, put it on the rails, and it would operate. I wish to understand the price of that locomotive today, again, an over-the-counter price, fit for purpose locomotive. One examines the price of the locomotive 2 years ago. One uses known factors such as escalation and movement in foreign exchange rates. One applies those factors against known tables and historical data to escalate and rebaseline the price to today's date. So one takes the historical over-the-counter price, using those known factors, one can do a calculation to bring it to today's date with reference to that data. That is the rebaselining to today.
Okay.
The second point was the walk forward.
Yes.
If I wish to now predict the price of the locomotive in the future, I have today's price using assumptions, reasonable assumptions on escalation, and using projections of foreign exchange movements into the future, which projections would be obtained at Forex from banks and similar sources. One would then do a deterministic calculation, and I stress the word deterministic calculation, to arrive at a future price of the locomotive. Of course, this is still subject to the assumptions on escalation may be marginally out, and of course the further one projects into the future, the greater the risk in terms of the foreign exchange assumptions. Predicting the rand-dollar rate, for example, 1 year into the future is quite different to predicting it 7 years into the future. But they are deterministic calculations based on data provided by reliable third parties. That is my understanding of the term walk forward to arrive at a price for an article, in this case a locomotive, into the future.
So the process of walk forward then, if I understand you correctly, is to understand what the future price will be. So the
Correct.
process will tell me what the price ought to be.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if I refer to paragraph 6 of Ms. Lahaye's statement, at paragraph 36, and I'm reading second sentence, which is about fourth line.
Yes.
When he states, and I quote, Mr. Singh told me to prepare a walk forward, in inverts, calculation from the business case price to the final contracted price. The walk forward would entail taking the price as reflected in the business case of 34 million per locomotive and adding or subtracting any elements that impact the price to that price in order to end up at the final contracted price. Does that accord with your understanding of walk forward as you just explained?
No.
I see in this paragraph that he explained, whereas you say the walk forward helps us determine the future price, he explains that in this instance there was a final contracted price, and then he was requested to conduct a walk forward towards that price.
It is my understanding and interpretation of this sentence that this walk forward was not a determination of the final price, it was a justification of the final price, to try and find a justification of the final price, not a determination of the final price.
Now, remembering that in your statement you had said you were finding difficulty in justifying the increase by $1 billion of that price.
Correct.
If you then turn over leaf to paragraph 38 of Mr. Lahare's statement, Mr. Lahare states that Mr. Singh provided the guidance for the remaining elements that made up the price of 44 million. And in this regard, he refers to annexure YL25 of his second statement, which would appear in your record starting at page 46 of Mr. Lahare's statement.
Yeah.
And in this regard, he refers us to table 1. It's a memo. He refers us to table 1 of that document.
Page 50.
At page 50. Now, if you look at that table, are you familiar with with the calculations set out therein?
With the format of the calculations, yes.
Yes. So we know now, Mr. Lahare says, insofar as, and before I do that, a reading of table 1 has got indications of costs, various costs taken into consideration to arrive at the total figure of 44. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, after the description of the cost, he then has, in descending order, items numbered A to F.
Yes.
Now, if we refer back to his statement, he tells insofar as items C, D, E, F on table 1, this table we are looking at, these were provided by Mr. Singh.
Guidance on those elements that
Yes.
made up the price were provided by Mr. Singh, yes.
Okay. Now, does that table assist you in determining how the price of 44 million was arrived at?
No, it doesn't.
Why
I
not?
dealt with this in my original evidence, where I discussed this table in some detail and said that I could not understand the derivation of these figures from data that I could glean, understand, and reasonability-based assumptions. Where we stand now, and through what we have in the statement from Mr. Lahare,
Yes.
there is nothing which adds to the table or enables a further determination of the table in the deterministic manner of a walk forward which I was mentioning. None of those, that data or methodology for a calculation of that walk forward is provided. It is covered, in my reading of this, under the guidance of Mr. Singh, who provided those elements. But it does not elucidate or add to an understanding of how the final 44 million was derived at, other than these figures. We have no understanding of how the figures were derived at in a deterministic or traceable manner. That is my understanding of this.
Is the concept of a walk forward meant to help when you want to look at how much a product is likely to cost in the future?
Yes, indeed, Chair. The concept of a walk forward, perhaps not in that term, but is what we would use when we are costing a project to determine the final estimated total cost of the project. We have a cost of an element of an item in the past. We bring it forward to today's cost in a business case scenario, and then recognizing that it might be delivered over 2 or 3 years into the future, we then do those deterministic projections as to a future cost, add a small amount, add an amount for contingency, because there is inevitably some risk and uncertainty related to the future that is added to that amount, and that is then what we would say is the estimated total cost to the organization. The correctness of that figure is important because it determines the cash flow of the organization, which is vital for us. in a sustainable business. So, yes, the concept of the walk forward, the deterministic forward-looking view, a forward-looking determination of a price is absolutely vital.
Yes, thank you.
So in this instance then, if to summarize Mr. Lahaye's evidence, what he was requested to do and what he did was to walk forward to a contracted price.
To walk forward to a predetermined price of that 44 million, which he was given.
So the walk forward in this instance, if would I be correct in my understanding, the walk forward did not determine the price?
No.
In your experience, is that something that is done where you determine a price at which to contract and then you attempt to walk forward to that price?
I have not come across that methodology in the past. It is most unusual, highly unusual. In fact, I would go so far as to say irregular, because we are now trying to justify a price which has been given, as he mentioned in his statement earlier, that he was given the price. He's now trying to justify the price as a walk forward.
Well, I take it that there ought to be no problem with the idea of saying, look, we have already determined the price for this, but maybe there is something we should have done before which we didn't do. That's the walk forward. Let's try and see where we would have arrived, at what price we would have arrived if we had done the walk forward before determining the price. Because if we do that now, the result might assist us to see how far we are from where we would have been had we done the walk forward, which might go to the point you made earlier on, that they were using the walk forward to justify the price. But in principle, is there any objection to that, accepting that normally it's supposed to happen before, but if you have already determined it and maybe objections are being raised and you want to see how much difference it would have made anyway, would there be a problem with that?
I would respond to that, Mr. Chair, in 2 points.
Yes.
Mr. Lahaye, in his statement, points out in his Annexure 24 that you already had a lesser price.
Yes.
If I may, Chair, and that 24 appears at your page 44 to Mr. Lahaye's second statement.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
He then points out further on his statement, and I take one there to page 5 of his statement, paragraphs 27 and 28.
Yes.
In paragraphs 27, he states that the negotiations, the chairman pitched a price of 38.5. CSR requested a price of 49 and refused to come down. I moved then down to Mr. Lahaye's statement, paragraph 28. Subsequently, a day or two later, Mr. Singh told us that the Group Chief Executive, Mr. Molefe, had agreed upon the payment terms and a price of 44 million. Now, then moving forward to his statement, to Mr. Lahaye's statement on 36, which we have just been dealing with.
Yes.
He was post-event asked to perform a walk forward to justify the 44 million. He had already determined a lower price. The indications are in his statement that he already advised where he thought the price was in fact excessive in terms of incorrect exchange rates being used. He is now post-event asked to perform the walk forward to justify the 44 million.
But maybe I should say, in theory, can it be done, can a walk forward be done where the price has already been determined for purposes of seeing how much difference there is between the price that has already been determined and the price that would have been determined if the walk forward had been done timelessly.
Oh yes, that is certainly possible. If we have the, for an example, in this case, we have the 44 million already given. It is possible subsequently to do a walk forward in the sense to say, well, what should the price have been done? That has been done on a number of occasions in this one.
Yes.
We'll have seen that figure has come out in the Fundunzi report.
Yes.
Even if we were to accept Mr. Leher's
Yes.
figures at face value, they would come out at a lower price. I also came out at different variations of the price. So
Yes.
yes, they indicate a walk forward has indicated a different
Okay.
price to that which was finally contracted.
Okay, thank you.
But then if I may follow up on that, you walk forward to determine what the price would be, or in this case, should have been,
Should have been, yes,
as a concept.
yes.
You don't walk forward towards a determined price. That's not walk forward anymore.
That is not a walk forward. That is a justification.
Yes.
That is a
Is
post-fact
it
justification.
a walk backwards?
It's a walk backwards. Thank you.
Maybe a sideway walk, Chair.
Mr. Chair, I think you've summarized it beautifully. A walk forward would be prior to the event to determine the price. Post-event would be a walk backward to justify it. I think you summarized it beautifully.
So then, we have YL24 to Mr. Laher's second statement, which is his own calculations.
Yes.
Would you say what is happening is in YL24 is a walk forward, quote unquote?
While 24, quote unquote, would have been a walk forward, it was prior to the event, prior to the 44, that was a walk forward.
So his walk forward landed him at 41 million.
Yes.
Okay. You took us then to table 1 of YL25,
Yes.
which Mr. Laher cross refers to regarding how 44 million was arrived at.
Yes.
You just commented to the chair that you have dealt with that table previously in your evidence before the chair, and it is precisely the contents of that table that you say make it difficult for you to justify this increase of $1 billion.
Because it was a walk backwards, it was excessive and difficult to justify.
Yes. Now that Mr. Laher has responded to your evidence and has given you the table and YL25 and YL24, are you in a better position to justify, as your position improved from when you last appeared before the chair?
Not at all. I'm in no better position to justify this table. There is no additional data or deterministic calculation to enable me to support this table, so I stand by my point that it was excessive and difficult to justify. We have no data or deterministic calculation enabling or informing us on the makeup of these figures.
Okay.
Other than that, they were provided under the guidance of Mr. Singh.
Which doesn't help you to calculate. Yeah.
Not a calculation.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Unless there's anything I have omitted, I think we have dealt now comprehensively with Mr. Laher's response to your evidence regarding the unjustifiability of the increase of the ETC.
I believe so.
Okay. Then we move on to the next topic that Mr. Laher deals with. And this is what I have termed the foreign exchange issue, the use of the yen and the dollar in the 100 acquisition. You deal with this, firstly, at your paragraph 67 in BB4A at page 16. And in that paragraph, you have a quotation. This quotation you get from paragraph 5A of the memorandum, the business case.
Yes.
And
Of the memorandum, yes.
yes, and it states that the foreign exchange rates used was the Japanese yen.
Yes.
And then it deals with the depreciation of the rand against the Japanese yen, and therefore that paragraph suggests that an adjustment must be made accordingly. You concluded that paragraph 67 that what you did not understand is these locomotives were being acquired from China South Rail, which trades in dollars, US dollars.
Yes.
And yet the calculations in this business case are in Japanese yen, which is what the original intended manufacturer, Mitsui, trades in.
Yes.
And you conclude then by inviting both Mr. Singh and Mr. Lahe to talk to this anomaly. So
Yes.
that's what you testified to
Yes.
last time.
Yes.
Mr. Lahe deals with that aspect of your evidence starting from his paragraph 35 of his second statement and the second half of 36.
Yes.
Now let's look at each paragraph independently. My reading of 35, and you have it before you, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. The gist of that paragraph is that, and I'm reading at the fourth sentence, which is about the fifth line, and I quote, at no stage did Mr. Khalad raise any queries with me about the draft memo or its contents, including the issues he raised in his statement to the Commission about the use of yen to rebaseline the price. I'll stop there, end of quote. In this paragraph, has Mr. Lahe addressed the anomaly you have identified in your paragraph 67 in your view?
No, the anomaly is not addressed.
He is pointing out to the chair that you failed to raise that anomaly to him or before him when you became aware of it, when you were requested to calculate the NPV.
In that, Mr. Lahe is correct.
Yes.
I did not raise the issue of the yen with him at the time of the memo. I confined myself to the original request, which was to recalculate the NPV, which I did, and I found that NPV positive.
Yes.
However, the fact that I failed to raise that anomaly with Mr. Lahe at the time, I reject the concept or the notion that my failure to raise that anomaly with Mr. Lahe resulted in this final anomaly propagating or being forward, or that I was responsible per se for that anomaly.
Okay.
Well, I don't know whether later on in his statement, Mr. Lahe deals with the criticism in substance or not. But I guess that maybe part of what he is saying is, if it was wrong, he would have expected you to have raised it at the time, and why didn't you raise it?
I'd raised already that the award of the locomotives to CSR was, in my opinion, flawed. I'd already raised that with Mr. Gama and Mr. Gianni, and I've testified to that earlier. The award was now a fait accompli. When the memo came through to justify the price, I had already raised my concerns. I did not, and I confined myself
Yes.
to the NPV only, which was what I was
Yes.
asked to do.
Yes.
Was the NPV still positive? I recalculated the NPV.
Yes.
That,
So basically the explanation is you had expressed your objections that this whole thing was flawed, but it was being pursued, and you confined yourself to.
I confined myself to the NPV,
Yeah.
yes. And I
Okay.
reflect I reflected afterwards, certainly, that the justification for the price increase when it was motivated on yen, when it was a Chinese locomotive, where the foreign component would have been in dollars, that was certainly strange, because it appears to account for a post-justification for the 44 million.
Yes, thank you.
I don't know if this is a fair question to pose to you, Mr. Khalad, but I will nonetheless, and if you consider it unfair, please state so. I will withdraw it accordingly.
Right.
So you raise an anomaly of using the yen when you're contracting from a dollar-based manufacturer.
Yes.
Mr. Lahaye's response there to is, but you had the memo that indicated that yen was being used to calculate,
Yeah,
and you failed to raise it to me
yes.
or with me. I'm looking at Mr. Lahaye's original statement. You don't have to go there, I'm reading from it. He tells the chair that he's a chartered accountant. He has been employed in Transnet since September 2005 within the finance department, discharging different functions over the period, including financial reporting, procurement, and the like.
Yes.
Now, what is your take to a suggestion that you failed Transnet by you, Mr. Callard, the engineer, of not bringing to the attention of the chartered accountant employed as such in Transnet with such experience that what was happening in this business case is that they were using a yen instead of a dollar, where the manufacturer is dollar-based?
Forgive me. I think I alluded to that earlier when I said I reject the notion or the insinuation that I might have been accountable for this anomaly. I think you have highlighted in what you have just stated very succinctly that others with perhaps the financial background should equally have raised that anomaly and been aware of that anomaly, particularly as they were being intimately involved in the preparation of the memorandum.
I guess Mr. Law is asking whether you think a chartered accountant should have been told by an engineer that this was not supposed to be in a particular currency.
I would think a person with the qualifications for a chartered accountant should have raised that, identified that anomaly in their own, but I must add then, which Mr. Lahaye did to Mr. Singh. He mentions it in his statement, but he was then given, he uses the words, if I may.
We will get to that
Yeah.
aspect, yes. In fact, you say as a chartered accountant should have identified, you said he was working with this memo. Dare I say he should have uncovered the anomaly before you did, before the commission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I am.
You remember I had said that he responds to this issue at his paragraph 35, 36. So we have disposed of 35. Let's look at his paragraph 36. And in particular, he picks it up in the second half of paragraph 36.
Yes.
Overleaf. And if you could just consider what he states and comment thereon. I don't want to summarize, because that, in my view, is actually the explanation of why the yen is used.
That is the explanation. And taking from the first point of from the first line at the top of page,
Page
top
8?
of page 8,
Yes.
where Singh explained that the assumptions used in the business case was a rand yen rate, and that the business case was based on the price obtained from Mitsui, while Mr. Lahaye had raised it with, I understand, raised it with Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh, through his explanation, said, you will continue to use the yen-based rate. However,
Before
it still
you,
does not
before you
explain
go,
the no.
before you go any further, I see, following on what you've just read, Mr. Lahaye states, Singh explained that the business case was based in yen, and as such, the price must be escalated for the yen movement from the business case submission. And in this regard, he refers to YL 23, page 20, to the date of contracting in order to show the impact of the change in the rand yen rate on the business case price. End of quote.
But what I still fail to understand in this is I have a price for a locomotive. I'm now buying a dollar-based locomotive into the future. Why I should now be using yen into the future in justification or determining a dollar-based locomotive, I still do not understand that anomaly, and I still have nothing in here to address that anomaly other than that the first line, Mr. Singh explained that the assumptions used in the business case and should be carried forward. Nothing further to me explains that anomaly.
And earlier you indicated to the chair that in truth, Mr. Lahaye appears to have picked up this anomaly early on.
Yes.
And at that very same paragraph 36, continuing then in that paragraph, he states, and I quote, "I pointed out that there would be more than one currency involved. However, he indicated that the business case was premised on the yen rate, and thus the entire price must be escalated for the change in the yen rate." End of quote. So he was aware of this anomaly,
He was aware, and he further states, I prepared the calculation accordingly.
because Mr. Singh had requested me to do
Yes.
so. He completes that paragraph with an insinuation he says he rejects that he suggests you make about him. Would like to comment thereon.
From the 2 points raised, in that, in the determination of the price, there is nothing which has enabled us to come to a realistic, improve our knowledge of how the price was arrived at. Secondly, in that the only explanation that I can pick up from Mr. Lahare's statement for the continued use of the yen was that Mr. Singh explained the assumptions, and take that as a guidance from Mr. Singh. To me, this still does not address the anomaly that I raised earlier as to how the price was arrived at, or any reasonable determination of the price of that 44 million.
Mr. Singh, Mr. Lahare deals with the use of the yen and not the dollar in paragraphs 35 and 36.
Yes,
This is the sum total of his explanation.
yes.
In your view, you had, let me say, at your paragraph 67, you had invited both he and Mr. Singh to talk to this anomaly. Now, in your view, has Mr. Lahare cast any light on this anomaly?
He has talked to it, but not cast any light on it.
He concludes at 67.
Except that the only light that I interpret that he has cast on it is that it was all under the direction, guidance, equivalent synonyms from Mr. Singh.
So now, reading your own allegations and reading Mr. Lahare's statement, is there still an anomaly?
I contend there is still an anomaly.
Okay. And since you had invited both Mr. Singh and Lahare to talk to this anomaly, and you conclude Mr. Lahare has thus far not done so, has failed to do so in his statement, I guess the chair can then only rely on Mr. Singh, perhaps to explain the anomaly, going by your invitation.
I would concur with that conclusion and say that is, to me, the only reasonable conclusion that one could refer to. Mr. Lahare has attempted to, or has tried to address it in his 2 paragraphs, but in those 2 paragraphs, he defers in both those paragraphs, he defers to Mr. Singh. I believe then Mr. Singh should address the anomaly.
Now, he concludes on this issue, and I'm reading his last sentence of paragraph 36 at page 8, and I quote, "To the extent that Mr. Khalid is insinuating in paragraph 67 of his statement that the calculation was incorrect, it is clear from the above that he misunderstood the basis of the calculation," end quote. Do you have any comment to that?
There is nothing to inform the calculation or any calculation. Nothing has been provided here which, as I said, would enable a realistic determination of the calculation. The anomalies, as I've pointed out, have not been explained. We have talked and addressed that this is a post-fact, backward justification of the price, but without any supporting data, the anomalies remain, and I still find it difficult to justify.
So you say there's been no response in substance
No response
to
in
the point
substance.
that you raised, and just reliance on what Mr. Singh may have said to him doesn't go to the substance of the point.
Correct, correct.
Thank you, Chair. And according to my notes, that brings us then to the end of this issue about the use of the yen versus the dollar. Would you concur? Is there anything
Concur.
else perhaps we have missed? Okay. That then brings us to the third topic, and the third topic is the question of advance payments, both in regard to the 100 locomotives and 1064. Let's start with your statement, BB4A. You first introduced this concept at your paragraph 60, but you deal with it in further detail from your paragraphs 141 to 152.
Correct.
And that would be at BB4A, starting at paragraph 34. That's where 141 starts. Page 34, yes. Okay. And before we look at those paragraphs, just for to place things in their proper context, at your paragraph 60, you had stated the following. On 21 March 2014, I and colleagues in the finance received an email from Mr. Yusuf Laher with spreadsheets on the final cash flows as at 17 March.
I'm sorry, I'm at 34. Am I on the
Page
wrong page?
34, Chair, that's where paragraph 141 starts, and that's where Mr. Kala deals in detail with advance payments.
Starting with, it is my considered opinion.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
You are at the right page. What I have done, I indicated that he introduced the concept at his paragraph 60. We need not go there, I can just read it,
Okay.
just to place what then Mr. Kallad says from paragraph 141. And at paragraph 60 of your statement, B4A, you stated, on 21 March 2014, I and colleagues in finance received an email from Yusuf Laher with spreadsheets of the final cash flow as at 17 March 2014. I was shocked and astounded to note that the advance payment guarantee for the CSR 100 was 30%, the design review 30%, payment on acceptance per locomotive 37%, and retention 3%. This translates to a 60% upfront payment before a single locomotive is received. End of quote. That's your paragraph 60.
Yes.
Then from your paragraph 141 at page 34, you then detail why this shocked and surprised you. And I'll just summarize, and you've testified to this. You indicate that in both transactions, 1064 and 100, the bidders themselves had requested upfront payments of, I'll give you a range, between 1.62% of the contract price and 8% of the
Yes.
contract price that you do at 144.
Correct.
In respect of the other transaction, the range was between 1.8% of the contract price and 25%.
25%, yes,
Yes.
for one, yes.
At your paragraph 147, you have a table there. The first column is identifying the relevant cost. The next four columns address the offers made by Bombardier, China South Rail, GE, and China North Rail, respectively.
Yes.
When you last testified, you said the last two columns must be read in respect of what was paid to China South Rail and GE as what was contracted for.
Correct.
Now, you stated then in all of this that if the offers by the bidders ranged up to 10%, what actually happened was that advance payments were offered by Transnet in respect of CSR at a rate of 60%, way in excess of what CSR had originally tabled.
May I use the words, the final contracts were concluded at 60%,
I'm happy to do that, at 60%, brings better clarity.
in respect of what they were
Yes.
offered, yes.
And insofar as GE is concerned, it's 70%.
Correct, yes.
If we turn over leaf, you indicated, and you have testified to this previously, at your paragraph 151 and 152, that this increase in advance payments to both CSR and GE resulted in Transnet having to cough up in a single year by April 2014, 7.37 billion for advance payments.
Yes.
You go further at 152 and you say, as a consequence of this, Transnet had to increase its following borrowings
As a consequence
an-
of the payment
of
schedule.
the payment schedule.
The overall payment schedule.
of
Yes.
7.37 billion.
The payment schedule, the 7.37 was the design payment,
Yes.
was the payment on the signing of the contract. The design review payments, which went into the following year, led to paragraph 152.
And so this was over a 2-year period. Are you
Over a
suggesting-
one-year period. Close of the 1 year at between March 2014 when the contracts were concluded. The financial year ended on the 31st of March.
Yes.
So the upfront payment of 7.37 had to be made by I put on or before the 1st of April.
Yes.
And then the next tranche of payments had to be made during the following year.
And
But all related to the table, which we have mentioned here.
yes.
Yes.
And then you testify, last time you demonstrated to the chair how those borrowings spiked
Yes.
over the successive years.
Yes.
And that is the gist of your testimony as regards these advance payments. Mr. Lahaye deals with all that you have stated from his paragraph 39 at page 9 of his second statement.
Yes.
Up to 42.
Yes.
And the gist of what he says is, having considered what you said, at paragraph 40, I was not involved in the management of Transnet's cash or funding. During the 1064 and 100 locomotives transactions, Mr. Singh told the negotiating team that Transnet had the funding available and that the advance payments were affordable. I did not have the delegation to accept the advance payments proposals from bidders. It is my understanding that the locomotive subcommittee of the steering committee was delegated to and would have accepted the advance payment proposals as part of the package deal, including the price offered by bidders. At paragraph 41, he continues, the quantum of the advance payments would have put a strain on Transnet's funding and cash position should the rail volumes as envisaged in the market demand strategy not have materialized.
Correct.
And I stop there. On my reading, that is the sum total of Mr. Lahaye's response to the issues you raise at your paragraph 60, which I read into the record, and paragraphs 142 to 152.
Yes.
Which is your shock and dismay
Yes.
at an increase of payment of advance payment up to 70% in one instance and 60% in the other instance. My question to you, based on what you know you've testified to, has Mr. Lahaye taken issue with your evidence thus far, based on what I read into the record?
No, there's no issue to it. He has not taken issue with it at all. The key point of his statement of what he had, of his response, and I take that from paragraph 40,
Yes.
is that Mr. Singh told the negotiation team that Transnet had the funding available and the advance payments were affordable.
Yes.
And that in the next sentence, I did not have the delegation to accept the advance payments proposals from bidders. Again, this talks to me as a deference to Mr. Singh in this regard. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Now, at 41, he states that the cash position of Transnet would have been negatively impacted if the MDS strategy had not materialized, if the rail volumes envisaged in the MDS strategy had not materialized.
Yes.
Now, previously, when you appeared before the chair, you testified as to your criticisms on the fundamentals of that MDS,
Yes.
insofar as it was predicated on a sharp increase in rail volume.
It was
You recall
effectively
that?
predicated on a doubling of general freight volumes over the 7-year period. Yes.
And we know that you did an analysis before the chair to demonstrate that there was no objective evidence that the volumes would increase in the manner anticipated by the MDS.
I highlighted a number of cases which brought the MDS, in my understanding, into sharp question.
So then Mr. Lahaye tells us that if those but nonetheless, if I may say, no corrections or adjustments were made to the MDS.
No.
The volumes that you said were unjustified, objectively unverifiable, were retained.
Yes.
So Mr. Lahaye tells us, well, if those volumes would not be achieved, then that would place a strain on Transnet and place it in a negative cash position.
That's
At
his
41.
That's number 41. That's his paragraph 41, yes.
Do you know if those volumes were achieved? Or was that long after you had left the employ of Transnet?
It is after sometime after I had left the current, where we are now. But it is my understanding that the MDS volumes have absolutely not been achieved. From the original tonnages proposed, where we were going up to 170 odd million tons in 2017-18, forgive me, I would just have to check that year.
Yes.
But where we are running at the moment, it is my understanding, correction, it is somewhere between 90 and 100 million tons, way below the MDS, which has put some strain on the finances of the organization.
And you are giving the chair your understanding because you are no longer in the employ of Transnet and you don't have the facts at your disposal to make a definitive statement in that regard.
I do not have the detailed breakdown of the tons
Yes.
At my disposal.
But Mr. Lahe is in a advantageous position in that he is still within Transnet, so perhaps he might assist the chair in understanding whether or not the volumes were met.
Well, I could add that the Transnet financial year has just closed. Those figures would be available of the latest figures, and would know certainly that the MDS figures have not been met. So to talk of should the rail volumes not have been materialized, to be speculative about should they have not been materialized, when we know in fact that they have not materialized.
Okay, then I guess that's an aspect we will pick up with Mr. Lahe when he does appear before the chair. Now, lastly, he states at his paragraph 42 on this issue, and I quote, you recall I read paragraph 16 to the record, and this is direct response to paragraph 60. I noted paragraph 60 of Mr. Callard's statement that Mr. Callard says that he was shocked with the extent of the upfront payments. At no stage prior to 28 did Mr. Callard contact me regarding this, and he did not express any shock or surprise to me, end of quote. Do you have any comment to that response?
Yes.
Yes. What is your comment?
Having received the figures from Mr. Lahe, I did not feel obliged, or I was under no obligation to respond to him in this format. He was part of the negotiation team, gave me the figures, the cash flow figures to present. I had previously expressed my shock and concern at many of the figures to other colleagues in finance, particularly when we were asked about in the cash flow, in the payments which had to be made, the upfront payments which had to be made. And you'll recall my SMS exchanges with members of in finance, where I said, my giddy hat, we are shocked at these figures, and these guys are cowboys, what are they playing at? So I did not feel it necessary to take it up with Mr. Lahe, again, because it was now fait accompli.
Okay. I think that brings us to the conclusion of Mr. Lahe's response to your evidence regarding these advance payments. Is there anything perhaps omitted to highlight?
No.
You're comfortable. The next topic that we turn to then is what we term the 1064 business case that you dealt with in your BB4A, starting at page 19, paragraph 81. The detail of that you set out in 83 to 115.
Yeah.
What page again?
It's page 19 of BB4A, Chair. So your evidence regarding the 1064 business case runs from paragraph 83 to 115. You may
Yes.
just flip through to reacquaint yourself. Mr. Lahe responds to that evidence at his paragraphs 64 and 66 of his second statement. And that would be, Chair, Mr. Lahe's second statement, starting at page 16.
Yes, I've got it.
Have you located it, Mr. Colored?
Yes.
Once again, the gist of your issues regarding the 1064 business case related in the main to how that business case was developed to arrive at a figure of 38 odd billion.
Yes.
You speak about the involvement of Mackenzie, and the issue really is about whether or not that 38.6 billion, as approved by the board in 2014, whether it was inclusive of foreign exchange and escalation.
The year would have been 2013.
2013?
Yes.
Yes,
Whether it included hedging and escalation.
Yes.
Yes.
You look at various documentation and those paragraphs, and you conclude that the 38.6 billion did include forex and escalation. I'm
Yes.
summarizing.
Yes.
Okay. If I have it right, then let's consider what Mr. Lahair says in response there to starting at paragraph 64 of his statement. Just a second.
That is 64 of Mr. Lahair's statement.
Mr. Lahair's statement. I think it should be 65, Chair. 64 deals with a different issue, which we are
Yes,
still to get
64 is a
to.
different issue.
Yes, it's 65
Yes.
and 66. And at 65,
It would be paragraph 66 of Mr. Lahair's statement.
Yes.
Yes.
at 65, he talks about the baffle,
Yes.
or say the baffle price, and the negotiation and the normalizing of the baffle price.
Yes.
But in essence, what he says at 65 really does not explain the increase from 38 billion to 49.
No, no.
And neither does it say anything about whether or not the 38 included forex and escalation.
Paragraph 65
At
does not deal with that.
Yes,
The forex and escalation comes in at 66.
at 66, you are
Yes.
quite correct. And he points out that you are involved in the development of the 1064 business case.
Yes.
You admit that? You admit that, Mr. Colored?
Sorry, I wasn't.
Okay.
Could you
I say, he
just-
says, it bears mentioning that Mr. Colored was also involved in the 1064 business case compilation in 2013. You have no issue with that?
No issue.
He says thereafter he says you were requested to update the NPV calculation for the draft memo to the board, requesting an increase in ETC May 2014.
Yes.
And that was now the increase from 38 billion to the new 48 billion.
Yes.
And you agree you were requested to do that?
I was requested to do that, yeah.
He further states, Mr. Colored, whilst updating the NPV calculation, would have seen that the draft memo recorded that the ETC excluded escalation and forex hedging costs.
Correct? That's the statement, yes.
Come again?
Sorry, that is what he says, yes.
All right. Do you have a comment to that? Did you realize when you were updating the NPV calculation that that particular draft memo suggested that the 38.6 billion excluded escalation and forex?
No, I did not. I did not see that in the memo. Received the memo on a Thursday. It is dated on the Thursday. There was a subsequent memo on the same day with the spreadsheet calculations which we've been talking to, which also said, please update the NPV. I responded to Mr. Lahair on the Sunday, and I believe, and I have copies of those emails available. I did not respond in the body of the memo itself, but it was on an email where I offered 3 scenarios as to how the NPV should be dealt with. I can't recall that I read the memo in detail at the time. I was focusing on the NPV calculation, but no, I did not notice it in that memo at the time. Mr. Harry is correct there. It was in the memo. I've subsequently seen it, but I did not see it or respond to it at the time.
Okay. He proceeds then and says, Mr. Colored withheld this information and did not inform me or anyone else that the basis of the memo was correct, knowing that the ETC in the business case actually included escalation and forex hedging costs.
Well, as I did not see it in the memo, and I responded with the NPV, I deny that I deliberately withheld anything. I did not see the information in the memo, and this memo came to the fore, the hedging and escalation came to the fore in January 2018, following the Werksman's statement that the business case did not include hedging and escalation.
And just to clarify on that, you testified that in January 2018, we were part of a team that was requested to conduct an exercise. My memory serves me well, to calculate, to determine inter alia whether the 38.6 billion included forex and hedging. And to seek to find a justification, if you can, for the increase from 38 to 48. Am I misquoting the brief?
Effectively, the involvement in January 2018 was to do a backward walk.
Okay.
From the 49 billion to the 38 to try and find where it should have been. We landed up doing a forward walk from the 38 and arrived at figures which he says, which Mr. Leher in fact quotes in other parts of his statement, to some lesser figure than the 49.
And now that team that was requested to do that exercise in January 2018 was made up of yourself, Mr. Yusuf Laher, and Mr. Muller.
Mr. Muller, and there were others.
There were others.
Who played a lesser role in that. They were.
But the 3 of you were directly involved.
The 3 of us.
Now, on that, Mr. Khaled continued that Mr. Laher, I apologize. Mr. Khaled knew this fact, which is that the ETC included forex and hedging of 38.6 billion. Knew this fact whilst we were performing the reconciliation in January 2018, and never told Mr. Muller or I about this at the outset of the reconciliation exercise. I only found out in 2018 that the business case calculations actually included forex escalations after we performed this reconciliation. So Mr. Laher only learned in January 2018 that the 38.6 billion ETC for the 1064 locomotives actually included escalation and forex only in January 2018 when he was doing the reconciliation. Any comment to that statement?
Yes. That it is not correct that they only learned of this after we performed the reconciliation. As I said in my testimony of the February 2018 reconciliation exercise, the first point which we dealt with was the escalation and hedging as part of the business case. That was the first part. So it was not after the reconciliation, it was prior to the reconciliation. Once we dealt with the hedging and escalation and got that out of the way through reference to the business case and perusal of the business case, we then started on the reconciliation, the financial reconciliation after that. So it was not afterwards. It is correct, or it is quite possibly correct, that he only, sorry, let me restate. I was unaware up until Mr. Leher's memo now, his statement now, that of his memo that he sent to me in his YL36, his May 2014 memo, that in fact that included the his memo. In fact, there included hedging and escalation. I only picked that up now on rereading that. As I said, I had not opened that memo. I responded to the NPV per se.
Now, Mr. Lahaye says he only became aware of that fact at the conclusion of that exercise.
It was
That's his position.
It was at the beginning of the exercise, not the end.
Now, my question is, from your paragraph 142 of your statement to 153,
Yes.
and taking into consideration your oral testimony to the chair, you took the chair through a number of documents where you definitively demonstrated that the original approved 38.6 billion did in fact include forex and escalation. That was the gist of your evidence.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Lahaye has now responded to you. What you've taken, you and I have taken the chair through in Mr. Lahaye's response. Mr. Lahaye, I understand Mr. Lahaye to speak of when he became aware of that fact, and not to dispute that the 38.6 billion indeed included forex and escalation. Do you have a same reading of his paragraph?
I have the same reading that. He does not dispute that at all. He informs as to when he became aware of it, but he does not dispute it.
And once again, as a chartered accountant in the position he held, I guess you will clarify to the chair how come he becomes aware of that fact so late in the day, and not at the time he was dealing with this business case. That's not for you to comment. That's an issue that the chair will take up with Mr. Lahaye. Unless you would like to.
It is normal practice for all our tenders and business cases of this nature to include forex and escalation in the business case itself. Therefore, it would have been unusual and almost a red flag to pick up a tender of this magnitude which did not include forex and forex hedging and escalation in the tender document.
And particularly because the project of this magnitude had a significant portion of foreign currency in it.
Yes, it would have had, depending on the nature of the locomotive, anything between 40 to 55% foreign currency exposure.
And if we go back to what Mr. Lahaye states, in his statement, he was well aware that there's a foreign exchange component in this project.
Undoubtedly, no.
And he stated so in so many terms.
It is common knowledge that our locomotives have a foreign exchange component in it.
Now, you may or may not know that Ms. Matani Makatu appeared before the chair she's a former employee of Transnet involved in treasury. Ms. Makatu submitted a document, and she spoke to it, the detail of which is not relevant for our purposes right now, as BB10A chair. And that document is titled, BB10A is her whole file. This is annexure MM2 to BB10A. This is Ms. Makatu's evidence now.
Yes.
This MM2 is, and I quote, guidelines as provided by Transnet to explain and assist in establishing supplier agreements, forex payments, the hedging process, and exchange control, end quote. That's the name of the policy.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that policy?
I have not seen the policy myself, but aware of some of the precepts of that policy, which we applied in our locomotive business case, which was to include hedging and escalation in the business case.
And that policy has been applied in Transnet. It's dated 27 July 2008, so by the time we were doing 1064, the policy was in operation.
Yes.
And our reading of it, we don't have to go into the detail, it's quite correct that if you are going to transact in any currency but ZAR, you have to consider forward
Cover.
Hedging, forward cover.
Yes.
Hedging and escalation.
Yes,
But you are not in a position to deal in detail with this document.
not at all.
That's one of the issues, I guess, we will have to establish from Mr. Lahe whether he was familiar with in 2014. I think that brings us, and that is the sole response Mr. Lahe has to the issues the problems you raised about this increase from 38.6 billion in the 1064. Just that he only found out that it was included in the Forex and escalation were included in the original 38.6 billion ETC when he did the reconciliation with you and others in January 2018. He raises no other issue. To the end of the fourth issue that Mr. Lahe has raised with you. That leaves us with the last point, the last issue, which is reconciliation. And Chair, it's brought to my attention that as usual, I have encroached, Chair, on your team.
How long do you anticipate being on that one?
No, it's 5 minutes, but I still have Mr. Mohammed to deal with. Remember, there are two statements.
Oh,
I've just disposed of Mr. Lahe right now, or will be doing so. Then we turn to Mr. Mohammed. But, if I may, Chair, Mr. Yusuf Mohammed is very narrow. If we get to 10 minutes, it will be a lot.
Yes. And he, on this point that is remaining, would be about?
Under the guidance of my junior, she says 10 minutes. I will not take issue with that.
I'm sure we can rely on that.
Well, I can say that I have, in the past when I have relied, it has never let me down. She's never let me down.
Yes.
So I would think, Chair, comfortably, including perhaps any questions the Chair may have to Mr. Khalad, we have 15 minutes left with Mr. Khalad.
Okay, I think let's take the tea adjournment.
Yes, Chair.
And then we'll continue after that.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll resume at 25 to 12.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn.
paragraph 197, as regards this exercise you undertook, and your conclusion that I have just read and the view you expressed, and your disappointment, in his paragraphs 64 and 65 of the statement, second statement of Mr. Laher.
Yes.
It's from pages 16 on to 17 of Mr. Laher's statement. At 64, he says, with reference to your paragraph 211.1, and 211.1 is where you express your disappointment with his conduct, that he had full knowledge of the pricing details, but he did not share it, chose not to share it with the team. In this regard, he says, I deny the insinuation by Mr. Callard that I had somehow deliberately and without just cause withheld information from him or any other person. I had signed a confidentiality agreement for this tender, and as such could not share any documentation with a third party, including Transnet employees not involved in this tender, unless I received express permission to do so from a delegated authority, which in this case I did not get, full stop. You see that?
Yes.
Would you like to comment on Mr. Laher's response to your disappointment in how he conducted himself in this exercise by failing to share information?
While fully respecting the confidentiality agreement which Mr. Laher signed, that it does not take away from the point that he had full knowledge of the detailed negotiations and the spreadsheets. We were led into an exercise where he had knowledge of the detailed negotiations and spreadsheets, but much of that, in fact, by far the greater part of that work could have been avoided and or simplified by saying, I have knowledge of these detailed spreadsheets and negotiations. I cannot share them because of confidentiality agreements, and the negotiation and the reconciliation exercise, the backward-looking exercise, would have taken a different path. Would have said either we need to have access to those formally as a team, or restrict the team to those who could have access to this knowledge. We were now effectively operating in the dark, but Mr. Laher still had full knowledge of the negotiations and spreadsheets.
Now, my reading of Mr. Callard's paragraph 64 and what you have stated in your statement.
Mr. Laher's one.
Mr. Laher, apologize. What did I call?
Yeah, Mr. Laher, 64.
Thank you, Mr. Laher. Is what we know is this reconciliation exercise takes place in 2018.
Yes.
January 2018 to be precise.
Yes.
The contracts were, the negotiations were in the beginning of 2014.
Negotiations were in March 2014.
And the contracts concluded shortly thereafter.
If I served me correctly, they were signed on the 17th of March 2014.
So by January 2018, the contracts were concluded and the OEMs were executing, and Transnet were executing this contract.
Correct.
Now, this confidentiality agreement he signed not to share information regarding the negotiations. Of what relevance was it in 2018 when the contracts were already concluded?
I cannot comment with detail on that because I had not seen or was aware of the confidentiality. No, I was not aware of the detail of confidentiality agreements which the members of the evaluation committee had signed. I was aware that they had signed confidentiality agreements at the time in 2013, beginning 2014. This aspect was never discussed or raised in correction. In 2018, when we did this exercise, as I mentioned in my evidence, there was a brief presentation where some of the detail from those spreadsheets was put up on a screen. And as I said, I believed that that was germane to the reconciliation, and was told that we could not get them. Now, they were put up at a presentation where Mr. Laher and others were present. We said we couldn't get them. I said, if we are to do a full reconciliation, we should get them. I only got those reconciliations, I only got those, gained access to those spreadsheets after we had completed our reconciliation, our backward-looking model. And that was what disturbed me no end, that the information was available, but we could not bring it into, nor could Mr. Lahare bring it into, nor was there any statement to the effect of this is relevant information which we should be bringing into our reconciliation calculation. But it was silent on that aspect, and as I have testified, only gained access to those afterwards.
He goes further in that paragraph to state that documentation and the spreadsheets relating to 1064 was always maintained by supply chain.
Yes.
It says access is and was strictly restricted and controlled by Ms. Mdleche from SCS. Now, at the time you were undertaking this exercise, did Mr. Lahare indicate to you that, gentlemen, all the information you require actually exists? It is controlled by Mrs. Mdleche. I am bound by confidentiality agreement and therefore cannot disclose it to you. Did he ever state anything of the sort?
To the best of my recollection, at the presentation, when the one spreadsheet was shown by one of Mr. Lahare's subordinates on the screen, I said, that is what we need. They said, terribly sorry, that's confidential. We can't give access to that or share that with the team. I cannot state categorically whether Ms. Mdleche's name was mentioned or not mentioned at the time. I can't say.
But did he give you any kind of direction as to how to overcome this difficulty, who to address in order to get access to this information that is quote-unquote confidential?
To the best of my recollection, he said, yes, you would have to get that information from the chief financial officer at the time, which path I subsequently followed. And that was how I eventually got hold of the information.
He does state in his paragraph 35 that you eventually got the information.
Yes.
What I don't seem to see is that you managed to get access to the information after you had completed the exercise.
I got access to the information after we had completed the exercise.
And
Or certainly
Yes.
it was not in time to affect the exercise. I won't say how long at the moment after the exercise, whether it was a day or two or if it was a day before the exercise was completed, but we had effectively completed the exercise when the information became available.
And is this the first time you hear that Mr. Lahare did not provide you with that information purely because he had signed a confidentiality agreement, or did you become aware of that fact beforehand?
The thrust of my disappointment lies in the element, in the point that with knowledge of the information contained in the spreadsheets,
Yes.
and what, as I have described, the timeline that the spreadsheet provides as to how the final price was, as to the final price.
Yes.
And while it does not always reflect a determination of the price, it reflects the price itself, and there are, I would use the phrase guardedly, but there are backward-looking calculations in it to justify the final price, or forward-looking calculations, however they would put at the time, with that information in the spreadsheets as to we could not test the validity or the integrity of that information in our forward-looking exercise which we undertook. So while this information was here, we were conducting a forward-looking exercise, but it was totally unrelated to and could not test or relate to any of the substantive elements that existed in the spreadsheet, Hence, so for example, of the four key elements, what was the baselining escalation? What was the baselining foreign exchange to be used from the time of the tender? What was then the forward-looking escalation and what was the forward-looking hedging and the assumptions and tables that would inform those deterministic calculations, none of that was available or, as I still understand, can be made available. And that was what I was extremely disappointed at. It was a single, one-dimensional view, and I am of the view that it was an attempt to do a backward justification of the final price.
Now, just remind us again, when did you complete this exercise?
It was about early in February 2018.
I'm looking at Mr. Lahare's paragraph 64 at the bottom of page 16. And he states, after saying that you eventually provided with the spreadsheets, and you have testified that that was after the exercise was completed. You say that you only got access to the spreadsheets after you had completed the exercise, right?
Yes.
And when he says so, you were eventually provided with them, it doesn't address the question whether you were able to use them to discharge your duties in terms of the brief you had. He goes further, however, he says, and I quote, "In any case, I was not in possession of the final signed finance evaluation reports in January 2018. I requested a copy of the final signed finance evaluation report from Ms. Mdleche in June 2018, and I only received a copy then in June 2018. And he doesn't say anything further. What value would have been these reports to your investigation if he only requested them in June 2018? Would they have been of any value?
Certainly they would have been, as they would have informed the process. At the time of that investigation, we also did not have access to those reports.
Remember in this, he does in June 2018, you said the exercise is completed in February 2018.
The exercise was completed in February 18.
So what would you have done with them in June 2018?
In June 2018, nothing. The report had been, I had completed the exercise in February 2018, so June 2018, no, they would have been of no use to us then. Had they been available at the time in February 2018, as we have seen here, they would have informed and they would have informed the analysis which we undertook at that time.
Yes.
As it was, one of the rather specific points was I brought information to the meeting which was in the public domain, which had been obtained through a Access to Information Act on the locomotive tenders. It appeared, or it was, I say it appeared, but it was given to me in that meeting that even Mr. Lahare and Mr. Muller, as the co-members of the team, had not seen those reports yet, though they were in the public domain, as various parties had requested them through an Access to Information Act. It provided some insight to the information. It would have been useful to have had the signed finance evaluation reports available to for correlation of the information.
He is silent on the next aspect I would like to converse with you. We know, according to him, he then received a copy of this finance evaluation report, which you said would have been relevant to the exercise that you undertook and completed in February 2018, except that he only received them in June 2018.
I did not receive them.
Now, my question to you is, he having received them in June 2018, did you at any time after that date be furnished with the very documents by Mr. Lahare?
No, not by Mr. Lahare at all.
Okay.
No, not by Mr. Lahare.
So, now you know what Mr. Lahare says in response to your disappointment that you expressed at paragraph 211.1. Has your disappointment minimized in any manner now that Mr. Lahare has explained his position?
Not at all.
That would bring us then to the conclusion of the question of the spreadsheets. And I would like to find out, do you have any other comments that are relevant for the chair in regard to Mr. Lahaye's response in the whole of Mr. Lahaye's response, which was made available to you, as well as his original statement? Is there anything you would like to share with the chair in respect to the two documents? Insofar as anything in there is relevant to your evidence.
Insofar as the process goes, I stand by my point that Mr. Lahaye had knowledge of the spreadsheets and the detailed information, that he was bound by the confidentiality agreement, but could have highlighted that to the evaluation group, that we could then have either had access to that and proceeded on a more informed basis with our evaluation. The second comment is that nowhere in here are any of the figures in the spreadsheets themselves disputed or brought into question at all. I've testified to, and I think it is common cause, that the spreadsheets reflect the final price paid for the locomotives. I testified that they provide a timeline of events and addressed certain anomalies in the spreadsheets themselves, which came from an analysis of the spreadsheet. Mr. Lahaye does not talk to those anomalies. He talks to the anomalies, but only in a very specific manner. And may I address that manner in which he talks to them?
You may.
I would like to then take to I'd like to start at his paragraph 56, please, which is on page and this will be a common tenor through many of the subsequent paragraphs.
Yes. Starting at page 12, is that?
Starting at page 12, the bottom of page 12, paragraph 56.
Yes.
With reference to paragraph 208.1 of Mr. Callard's statement. The cost of escalations as captured in the spreadsheet were obtained directly from bidder submissions, refer various annexures. Then I run to page 13, almost to the end of the paragraph.
Yes.
To the extent that Mr. Callard is insinuating that the escalations were inflated, I never inflated any escalations. I simply recorded the breakdown of the locomotive price as provided by the bidders as what was finally agreed. That relates to escalations.
Yes.
If I go to paragraph 57, it follows a similar tenor in respect to foreign exchange. With respect to my statement, my paragraph 208.2, the foreign exchange component is captured in these spreadsheets were obtained directly from bidder submissions. I go to the end of the paragraph.
Yes.
To the extent that Mr. Callard is insinuating that the foreign exchange costs were inflated, I did not inflate any foreign exchange costs. I simply recorded the breakdown of the locomotive price as provided by the bidders and what was finally agreed. A similar tenor goes through paragraph 58. The cost of the reduced batch sizes was merely a record of the bidder submissions based on the outcome of the negotiation process. The end of that paragraph, which is at page 14, to the extent that I was insinuating that the batch pricing were inflated, I never inflated any batch pricing. I simply recorded the breakdown of the prices provided by the bidders on what was finally agreed by the subcommittee. Paragraph 59, with reference to, again, paragraph 208.4 of my statement. It was not my responsibility or any of the members of the finance support team at any stage during this tender to manage local content requirements. I go through to the end of the paragraph. To the extent that Mr. Callard is insinuating that I was responsible for the local content requirements or that foreign exchange amounts were inflated, I never inflated any foreign exchange component amounts. I simply recorded the breakdown of the local price as given by the bidders based on what was finally agreed by the subcommittee. I was also not responsible for managing the locomotive content prices. I submit that I tabled the spreadsheets as a reflection of what existed. And what is addressed here does not, and I had highlighted numerous, considerable anomalies in the spreadsheet. This does not address any of the anomalies in the spreadsheet except for Mr. Leher's statement that he recorded what the bidders provided.
So in a way, it's like where in relation to another point he was saying it was Mr. Singh who told him the information and he then went along. So here he says he got it from the bidder's submissions and just recorded it.
He got it from the bidder's submissions and just recorded it, and I've gone through 4 statements like that. My statement on the spreadsheets that they stands, the anomalies in the spreadsheets still pertain. If Mr. Singh if Mr. Leher just recorded them, that is what he says, but it does not explain any of the anomalies in the spreadsheets whatsoever.
Thank you.
And from what you have read, those excerpts from the various paragraphs, when it comes to the foreign exchange and escalation and all other various costs, based on these paragraphs you've read, his stock answer is that I merely recorded.
His stock answer is that on those ones that I have given, he says, I simply recorded
in the spreadsheet.
I simply recorded.
Now, I think you testified that Mr. Yusuf Laher was part of the finance negotiating team.
Correct.
And
He says so himself in his statement.
in his statement. And all he does is record. So he was, according to him, he was reduced to a data capturer.
He has stated numerous times, I simply recorded.
He doesn't seem to have questioned anything.
I have not seen anything which says I have analyzed, tested the veracity of, added value to.
And given advice as a chartered accountant.
He does mention that in 1 or 2 places earlier on the negotiation process, on the process of the negotiation and on some figures. But insofar as these spreadsheets are going in the paragraphs I've read, he limits himself. I read it as limiting to simply recording. I would further add that with paragraph 60, the sidebar calculation, where I mentioned that there were locomotive calculations which indicated indicative locomotive prices of the order of the higher end of 50 to 60 million per locomotive. He says the sidebar calculation has no bearing on the record of the final pricing. I'm not aware of the passage talk that Mr. Callard is referring to. However, I would draw a connection between paragraph 28 of his first statement, where he said that it appeared that the process of negotiation B was to have an upper price and a lower price and then negotiate between. I believe that, I contend, that those sidebar calculations are but part of that process of an upper price or a lower price.
Okay. Well then, Mr. Callard, before I say Mr. Laher.
And sorry, the same also holds for paragraph 61. Negotiation price recon. To the extent that Mr. Callard is insinuating that I reported inexplicable discounts, I did not report the inexplicable discounts on the spreadsheet, and the spreadsheet was prepared for illustrative purposes and not used for any purpose on the final recon. So if the final recon was used for an illustrative purpose but not for any recon, I'm at a loss as to understand what is
So
there.
the very spreadsheets you required and relied upon, to the extent that you could get access to them, were not relevant for the recon. They were just...
This is now what would appear from this. Yes.
Okay. I guess you'll shed better light when the time comes. That then, Mr. Callard, on my assessment brings us to the conclusion of Mr. Lahare's response to your statement and evidence.
May I just make one other point, please? I attributed Mr. Lahare as being a primary author of the spreadsheet.
Yes.
He says he was involved in the spreadsheets in the negotiation stage. He was one of a team, and in the evaluation phase, there were team members who had access to the spreadsheet. In the negotiation phase, it was him and Dani Smith. He does not say he was the he says he was not the primary author. However, in discussions which we had previously, when it was put to him that he was the main person inputting information into the spreadsheets, he said he agreed that he was, or nodded, that he was the main person putting the information into the spreadsheets. And I think the statements I've referred to here, where he said he simply recorded, I think correlates with that notion.
Yes, I think he in the main takes issue with the suggestion that he was the primary author, not that he was a co-author.
Yeah.
Well, I see in paragraph 62, he proceeds with saying he simply recorded. You may have referred us to that one already, but I see there too, he says, I simply recorded the breakdown of the locomotive price as provided by bidders.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Chair. Okay, then that brings us to the conclusion of Mr. Lahare's statement insofar as it's relevant to the allegations we have made against him. As we indicated, Chair, there is yet another statement, a response to Rule 3.3 by Mr. Yusuf Mohammed. Mr. Yusuf Mohammed has been submitted, or his statement rather, and annexures have been submitted into evidence and marked BB4G. It's that little plastic cover, Chair. If then we can turn our attention to Mr. Yusuf Mohammed's statement, Mr. Khaled. Have you located it?
Yes.
Now, it's a very brief statement. The main thing to place on record is, according to that statement, Mr. Yusuf Mohammed states that he is currently employed by Transnet as the GM, Office of the Group Chief Financial Officer, and he's held this position from 1st November 2012, and that he states at 1.1, and has been in full employ of Transnet from 2007 within the group finance. He thereafter deals with his involvement in religious activities, so we can pass that. And then he provides a certain context at page 5 of his statement, paragraph 3, where he sets out what his role as GM, Office of the GCFO, entails. And I don't think that you'd have any issues there.
None.
He deals with the issues that you raise in your statement from page 6 at paragraph 3.6. He states that he had no role in any capacity on the 1064 locomotive project team, including but not limited to the following streams, basically all of them: finance, procurement, commercial operations, business case, technical, and legal. Now let's look at what you had said about Mr. Yusuf Mohammed, and then we will deal with his response. You make reference to Mr. Mohammed for the first time in your BB4A, your statement, starting at page 26, paragraph 110.
Yeah.
And at 110, you speak of a version of a document, the business case, that was circulated on the 29th of April 2013.
Yes.
At 1110, you said that version of the business case indicated, and I quote, it's in your 1110, it's in 110, my apologies. Accordingly, it is recommended that the 1064 locomotive business plan can be approved at a cost of 38.6 billion excluding borrowing costs.
Correct.
Overleaf at 111, and this was the position on the 29th of April 2013. Overleaf at 111, you state that on the 30th of April 2013, a day later, a second version appeared,
Yes.
which read, now, accordingly, it is recommended that the 1064 local business case be approved with estimated total cost of the acquisition of 38.6 billion as per the corporate plan, in brackets, excluding the potential effects from forex hedging, forex escalation, and other price escalation. So the change really between the two versions is what did the 38.6 exclude. In the first version, it only excluded borrowing costs, and the second version, the next day, it's now claimed to exclude forex hedging, forex escalation, and other price escalations.
Yes.
You then conclude that the metadata for this file indicates that it was last modified on the machine of Yusuf Mohammed, Office of the Group Chief Financial Officer, Transnet, on 30th April 2013 and at 10:30 a.m.
Yes.
Mr. Mohammed now deals with that at paragraph 4.2 at page 7 of his statement, and he states, I can confirm that at no stage did I calculate or verify the calculations of forex hedging, forex escalation, and other price escalations. Unless I misread your statement, I did not understand you to suggest that Mr. Yusuf Mohammed undertook those calculations.
That is correct. I did not imply or say that he undertook those calculations at all. It was merely that he changed, that it was on his machine, that the final statement was changed.
And then if we go overleaf his statement from paragraph 5, at 5.1, he says, based on a review of the above, which is a list of documents he had listed that are not necessarily relevant to go through at this moment, he says, I would like to draw attention to the following, to the attention of the Commission. We can skip 5.1.1, which is the documents that he says are relevant, and go to 5.1.2, where he now deals with his own conduct,
Yes.
which is what, after you said that the changes were made on his machine.
Yes.
And he says, the change was on instruction of Mr. Singh to align the business case to the approval memorandum and submissions of the committees listed above, and represented a mere transfer of the information that was already approved. In making the edits, that as a further sub, in making the edits of Mr. Singh, I would have acted upon his instructions and trusted his knowledge as he was intimately involved in the business case.
Yes.
My reading of the statement that is the sum total of his response to what you say at your paragraphs 110 and 111.
Correct.
What's your comment to Mr. Mohammed's explanation?
Perfectly correct. I would add the following point. And I would go to my statement where on paragraph 104 of
Yes.
my statement, that is page 25
Yes,
of my statement,
we're there.
paragraph 104, and I'll just take the heading. Also on the 18th April, Pedrazi emails Singh the business case. And he makes comments there about the the FX curve, adjusted fleet estimates, savings, item 4 there, the updated total cost of ownership as a result of the forex change, and 5, new funding and forex hedging section received from Dani this evening. I then refer to paragraph 105. Mr. Singh was the acting chair of the 1064 Locomotive Steering Committee meeting held on the morning of the 18th of April.
Yes.
The draft minutes included the acting chairman highlighted inter alia, and those draft minutes, particularly 105.3, significant amendment, the forex rates included, etc.
Yes, but that is now Mr. Singh's role.
Right. That is in
Yes.
the minutes of the Locomotive Steering Committee meeting on the morning of the 18th, prior to CAPEC, which took place on the same day, later on the same day on the 18th.
Yes, we don't have an issue
No.
with that.
The
Yes.
only point the point I wish to make out of that is that the resolution of that locomotive steering committee states, and I'm reading on paragraph 106,
Yes.
the estimated total costs as per the corporate plan, excluding the potential effects of forex hedging, forex escalation and price escalation and borrowing costs. And I state that there was an anomaly in those minutes which was unresolved.
Yes, Mr. Khaled, but let's confine ourselves to what you said about Mr. Mohammed.
Yes.
You said the changes to what was included or excluded from the 38.6 billion was made on his machine.
Yes.
That's all you say about Mr.
That's all I said.
Mohammed.
Yeah.
Mr. Mohammed comes back to you and says, firstly, that the change was on the instruction of Mr. Singh, and secondly, that he would have acted upon Mr. Singh's instruction. That's the sum total of what
Sum
I
total.
think he says.
So in that, he confirms that he made the change.
Yes.
He confirms that the change was made. He confirmed he made the change. He informs us as to why the change was made, that it was on instruction from Mr. Singh. But the anomaly itself, which I highlight, which propagates through from the morning of the 18th of April as to why forex escalation, why forex hedging and escalation were excluded, that remains
And the
unanswered.
anomaly is an issue to be answered by Mr. Singh, not by Mr. Mohammed.
Mr. Mohammed has now
Has dealt
highlighted
with his
and addressed
issue.
this to Mr. Singh as having received that instruction. And that anomaly propagates through and it remains unanswered
Then that's for Mr. Singh to deal with.
for Mr. Singh to deal
So
with.
effectively, what Mr. Mohammed does in his statement, he does not disagree with your statement that these changes were made on his machine.
No, he does not disagree.
I have read the rest of the statement, and you also have been provided with same. Beyond what we have read, Mr. Mohammed does not deal with the fact that you testified to that the changes were made on his system. He simply gives an explanation of how that came about.
That is what he does, an explanation of how it came about. But he does not resolve the anomaly at all and refers it to Mr. Singh.
And that brings us to the conclusion, technically, then, of Mr. Mohammed's statement. And that there is nothing else Mr. Mohammed says about the testimony you have provided to the chair. Unless, Chair, there are any
Thank
other
you.
questions. Those are the two statements we wanted to put to Mr. Khaled.
Thank you. Mr. Kalat, thank you very much for having come back to deal with these issues or comments raised by the two persons. If a need arises for us to ask you to come back, we will ask again.
Certainly.
But once again, thank you very much for coming to give evidence. Unless there is something you have thought of in the meantime, Mr. Kalat, you are excused.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes then the evidence of Mr. Khaled, which we had kept open when he was last here. That
Yes.
being the last of the responses to his statement, that concludes his evidence.
Yeah.
I'm advised the next witness is ready, but we may require perhaps 5 minutes for the changing of the guard.
Yes,
Thank
no,
you,
that's fine. We'll adjourn for until 12:30.
Thank you,
We
Chair.
adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You are ready.
Yes, I am ready, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, we have called Major Nchisi today. It's a second comeback. We have let his evidence on the 3rd of July. So there were certain issues that necessitated for him to come back today.
Yeah.
And I would recommend that he be sworn in, given the time lapse since his evidence that he has given. If that is in order, I would request that he be sworn in. And he has requested, again, the services of an interpreter, and Mr. Mnisi is here to assist as an interpreter.
Yes, no, that's fine. Let me swear in Mr. Mnisi, the interpreter first,
Thank you, Chair.
and then we can take it from there. Mr. Mnisi, let's do this again. Hopefully, certain paperwork will be sorted out and we don't have to do it each time. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No,
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
indeed, Chairperson.
Okay. I'm going to read the oath, and then you are going to say after me. And if I recall correctly, it was English to Xhosa, or was it to isiZulu last time?
English to Zulu.
English to Zulu.
That is,
And Zulu. Okay, no, that's fine. I,
I,
and then give your full names,
Stanley Dumsane Mnisi,
do hereby swear
do hereby swear
that I will, in my capacity as an interpreter,
that I will, in my capacity as an interpreter,
faithfully and correctly,
faithfully and correctly,
and to the best of my knowledge and ability,
and to the best of my knowledge and ability,
interpret in these proceedings
interpret in these proceedings
from isiZulu to English and from English to isiZulu,
from isiZulu to English and from English to isiZulu,
both languages in which I am proficient,
both languages in which I am proficient.
Okay, I'm going to say just the last part. From isiZulu to English and from English to isiZulu, both languages in which I am proficient.
From isiZulu to English and from English to isiZulu, both languages I am
In which I'm proficient.
proficient.
Raise your right hand then and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. You are duly sworn in.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, before Major GC is sworn in or an affirmation is administered,
Yes.
I just want to say to Major GC that I ask that he be recalled. Maybe you can interpret, Mr. Interpreter.
Kuthiwa ke baba babuntshisi ke na ke umhlali sihlalo ke na ke uye ke uye wacela ke ukuthi uphinde futhi ubizwe. Yes, usisi.
Yebo ngiyezwa mhlali.
I understand, Chairperson.
That was because there are certain aspects of your evidence on which I would like clarification.
Kungenxa yokuthi ke kukhona ke na ke amanye amaphuzu ke ebufakazini bakho azofuna ke ukuthi acaciswe.
Yebo ngiyezwa.
Yes, Chairperson.
So we will deal with those and we will try not to go over everything, but because your evidence covered a very narrow area, it may be that we end up looking at a substantial portion of your evidence.
Kepha ke bazobheka nje kuphela ke kulamaphuzu ke abalulekile ngoba so wathula ubufakazi bakho kabanzi ke na ke kepha ke kungahle kube ukuthi mhlawumbe kube khona futhi ke ezinye izinto eziqhamukayo ezingeza ukuthi mhlambe kube khona ukululeka kubufakazi.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
I understand.
Thank you very much. Now the oath or affirmation can be administered.
Please state your full names for the record.
Igama lami nguMajor Thabo Ntshisi.
My name is Major Thabo Ntshisi.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
Uzimisele yini ke ukufunga ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso?
Yebo.
No objection.
Do you solemnly swear that all the evidence that you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Uyafunga ke ukuthi ke ubufakazi ke bonke uzobethula la buzoba iqiniso lodwa, iqiniso kuphela. Uma ngabe kunjalo phakamisa isandla sakho sokudla uthi inkosi ngisize.
Inkosi ngisiza.
Soni.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Major Ntshisi, this commission is indebted to you agreeing to come back at such a short notice.
Uthi ke na ke le commission ke na ke iyathokoza kakhulu ke ekubeni ke uvume ukuthi uphinde ubizwe uzoqhubeka nobufakazi.
Chair, for the purpose of this evidence that I'm going to lead, we are going to be making reference to the following exhibits. It's FF1, which is the JCPS report.
Has somebody, I think somebody must assist to make sure he has
Yes,
got
yes.
everything.
Thank you, Chair. We're going to making reference to FF4, which is SANDF Board of Inquiry report.
Okay,
And
hang on,
we're going
let them find it first.
FF4,
Yes,
and we have FF6. That contains 3 statements. And we have FF13, B and C. They're in one small folder. Chair, FF13, B and C, these are the transcripts of the recordings that have already been entered into the record. They've
Oh,
already
yes.
been entered and being allocated the exhibit numbers.
yes, 1 second. Zonaka.
I must also
Wait,
identify, Chair, that
1
previously.
second. Yes,
Chair, previously, the transcripts were identified as, the recording itself was identified as 13A, and the recording 6.
the recording hasn't been accepted to the
Okay, Chair.
record yet because it was not handed up, but the transcripts were.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Yes. I think, let me correct myself. We have 13B, FF13B, as the recording 6.
Yes.
And FF13C as the recording 7.
Yes.
Yes, Chair. We can enter that into the record if it's not yet entered.
Thank you. No, that was already entered, I think.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
The Chair will recall that previously there was a discussion that necessitated for us to come here today. Madam Ntshisi, I'm going to try and avoid to repeat what has been dealt with previously, because your evidence, I'm going to start with a reference to FF4.
Uthi ke na ke uzozama kakhulu ukuthi ke na ke singaphindi owase ukushilo ngaphambilini ke na ke kanti ke na ke uzoqila njena kubufakazi ke uFF4.
Chair, I'm going to go straight to page 325 of FF4, which is the transcripts of the Board of Inquiry.
Uthi ke na
Yes.
My colleague,
I'm
Pre-
sorry, what page?
Page 325, Chair.
Page 3, we are 5.
325,
Yes, Chair, of FF4.
okay.
Madam Chisi, you will recall previously my colleague has taken through this, yourself through this transcript.
What pages? 3
Page
to 4.
325.
325, or
To be more specific, we will start at line 8 of the transcript.
325.
325.
Do you need assistance?
Line?
Line 8.
Uthi ke siqale la kumugqa ke wesishagalombili, line 8.
I'm going to go straight to the point. You were requested to comment on this sentence. It was asked whether you confirm or you accept what was stated in the transcript. It stated, so I spoke to Mr. Golwane, that is yourself, Madam Tsisi, where you were responding to Brigadier Mnisi. You stated, so I spoke to Mr. Golwane, he indicated to me that the sensitivity of the flight is not supposed to be on the note verbal because it is a high security risk.
Uthi ke na ke kulapho ke bekade ke kuchaza lapho bekukhuluma no Brigadier Mnisi ke ukuthi sewukhulume nomnumzana uKolwano ke lapho uye wachaza khona ukuthi ke na ke udaba loku kufika kwale ndiza ke udaba ke na ke olukhethekile kanti futhi ke olubaluleke kakhulu.
Yes.
Kunjalo.
Before you answer to that, I'm going to also refer you to the next paragraph, which appears on line 12.
Phambi kokuthi uphendule uzawuya kwicephe noma ku paragraph elandelayo ke oku paragraph 12.
You stated there, we need to go,
Line 12.
line 12 on the same page, Chair.
Yeah.
We
Not
need,
paragraph 12, line 12.
line 12, sorry, I apologize for that. We need to go ahead with that clearance. Although I was not happy with that response, that is why the second time I spoke to Lieutenant Colonel Anderson, she also confirmed that I must go ahead because the President authorized that flight.
Uthi ke na kuye kwafanele ukuthi niqhubeke ke nokuqhuba leso sivumelwano ke na ke kepha wawungajulanga noma ungathokozeli lokho ke kungako uye wathi ke na ke ihlandla lesibili ke wase ukhuluma no Lieutenant Colonel uAnderson ke na ke oye ke wase naye uyavuma ke ukuthi ufanele ukuthi ke uqhubeke ngoba ke umongameli uyena o yenze leso sivumelwane sokuthi lo ndiza ifike.
If I recall, well,
Hang on one second. I'm not sure if the interpretation has been finalized. It's
Okay.
President authorized their flight.
Ngoba umongameli ke uye ke ovume
thank you, Chair.
ovumele leyo ndiza.
Thank you for that, Chair. All this that was read to you on that date when you gave evidence was responded with, that was not my words.
Uthi ke na ke konke lokho ke na ke okwafundwa ngalelo langa kuphenduleni kwakho uye wathi ke akuwona amagama akho lawo.
Yes. I want you have reflected.
Let's confirm that first. Do you remember this part of the transcript of the Board of Inquiry being read to you or you being referred to it?
Uyakhumbula ke lamagama ke bewaxoxwa noma ekhulunywa lapha yana ke kwi Board of Inquiry fundwa kuwe wafundelwa ke noma khona la kwi commission.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I recall it.
Do you remember what your answer was to, your reply was to the question about this part of the transcript?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi impendulo yakho yathini ke na ke maqondana nalowo mbuzo wawukade ubuzwa?
Noma isikhathi esiside ngisakhumbula ukuthi ngakuthini amagama engiwakhulumayo.
Even though it's quite long, Chairperson, I cannot remember exactly or the exact words. that I said.
Kodwa
Okay, I'm sorry, maybe we might be speaking
Yes.
at cross purposes. I'm not talking about the time when you gave evidence at the Board of Inquiry.
Utakakhulumi ngalesikhathi ke nake bewuthula ubufakazi ke nake ku Board of Inquiry. Uyazwa?
I'm talking about last week when you were giving evidence.
Chair.
Ukhuluma ngeviki eledlule njengoba wawuthula ubufakazi la.
yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I remember.
And the question is whether you do remember what your reply was when the question was put to you that this is what you said at the Board of Inquiry according to this transcript.
Umbuzo ukuthi ke uyakhumbula ukuthi la uye waphendula wathini ke nake mangabe bekubonisa ke i-transcript ke yokuthi utheni mangabe wawuthula ubufakazi ku Board of Inquiry usakhumbula ukuthi impendulo yakho yaba yini?
Yebo ngiyakhumbula ukuthi impendulo yami yayithini.
Yes, I remember what my answer was.
What was your answer?
Uye waphendula wathini?
Impendulo yami yathi cha angazi ngisho.
My answer was no, I never said that.
Thank you. Do you want to take it from
Thank
there?
you, Chair. Thank you for that, Chair. Now that you have reflected on what was said on that particular day, and is there something that you want to comment on based on what I have just read for you and what the Chair has just clarified, given the answer that you previously gave?
Manje ke ngoba ke uso uyazi ke ngokwenzeka noma owaphendula wakusho ke khona mhlambe ke okuthize ofuna ukukusho noma ukucacisa kuya ngendlela ke na ke usihlalo ke buze ngakhona.
Engakusho okubhaliwe la ngiyavumelana nakho ngoba sengiyakhumbula ukuthi kwakukhulunywa yimi kwi Board of Inquiries kuhlelo uKenneth Anderson.
All I can say is that what is written here now, I can agree with it because I now can remember what I said at the Board of Inquiries.
Thank you for that.
So-
Sorry, Chair.
I take it that what you have said means that you agree that you did say at the Board of Inquiry
Ukuthatha ke usihlalo ukuthi ke na ke soyavuma manje ukuthi ke na ke ngempela yiko okushilo lokho kwi Board of Inquiry.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is true.
what you say you admit you did say is that you did say you spoke to Mr. Kolwane. He indicated to you that the sensitivity of the flight is not supposed to be on the note verbal because it is a high security risk. Is that correct?
Ukuthi ke na ke okuchazayo ukuthi ke uye wakhuluma nobaba Kolwane oye wachaza ke ukuthi ke ukubaluleka ke nangendlela ke lesicelo sibaluleka ngakhona akusiko isidingo sokuthi sibe ku note verbal.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is so.
I take it also that you agree that you also said that we need to go ahead with that clearance. This is now when you were speaking at the Board of Inquiry, telling them about your conversation with Mr. Kolwane. You said we need to go ahead with that clearance. Although I was not happy with that response, that is why I even, the second time I spoke to Lieutenant Colonel Anderson.
Themba futhi ukuthi ke kuyo iBoard of Inquiry kukhona la uye wathi sifanele sichubeke ngalesicelo ke noma kunjalo ukuthi ke na ke beunganelisekanga ke nokuthi okwesibili uye wakhuluma no Lieutenant Colonel Anderson.
Yebo kunjalo ngiyavuma.
Yes, indeed, Chairperson.
And that you then also told the board that Colonel Anderson also confirmed that you must go ahead because the president authorized that flight.
Nokuthi ke na ke uColonel Anderson uye wathi qhubeka ngaleso sicelo ngoba ke umongameli ke na ke uyivumele leyo ndiza.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is true.
Okay, thank you. You want to proceed?
Yes, Chair, thank you very much for that. Major Chesi, I just want to take you a little bit back. On the 8th of July, 2019, Ambassador Kolwane was in attendance. He was giving evidence to this commission.
Uthi ke ubusele emuva kancane ngomhla ka-8 enyangeni kaJuly uambassador Kolwane ke noma ke na ke ya yena uambassador Kolwane noma inxusa uzile wazothula ke na ubufakazi.
It appeared during the day that the commission was provided with a recording of the telephone conversation, numerous telephone conversations that took place between yourself and Ambassador Kolwane, and between yourself and, I'm going to identify some that are important for this commission, between yourself and Lieutenant Colonel Anderson. Do you want to?
Uthi ke na ke kunjalo ukuthi ke kuya kwaba khona ke ubufakazi ke na ke obu yeke na ke kwathathwa khona amazwi ke na ke lapho wawukade ukhuluma khona wena no Ambassador Kolwane nabanye abantu abathize uzawuphawula nje abantu ke abaphawulekile ochazwa ukuthi uye wakhulumisana nabo. Uyezwa?
Yes.
Yes.
Ngikhumbula.
Yes.
I recall that.
Yes, and with the leave of the chair, the recording, the set recording was played into the record on the 9th of July, and you were in attendance on that particular date.
Leo ma recordings ke na ke aye adlalelwa inkundla ke noma azwakaliswa laphambi kwenkundla ngomhla ka9 enyangeni kaJuly.
Yebo ngangikhona.
Yes, I was present.
So I want us to deal with two things. Can I you confirm that your attendance, you were in when the recording was played and you have listened to it?
Uyavuma ukuthi ke namangabe lezo inkulumiswano noma lezo ingxoxo okanye ama recordings edlalo laphambi kweCommission wawukade ukhona.
Yebo ngiyavuma ngikhona.
Yes, I agree, I was present.
Can I ask if you confirm the content and the accuracy of the recording that was played in this sitting?
Uzokubuza ukuthi ngabe uyavumelana ke na ke no ukuthi ke na ke konke lokho obekade kukhulunywa kulama recordings ke konke kuyiqiniso kungendlela ke lezo zingxoxo zambe ngakhona.
Yebo ngiyavuma.
Yes, I agree to that.
Thank you. Chair, the recordings that I'm talking about, that I'm referring to, they have been entered into record. That is FF 13B and 13C.
Yeah, you're referring to those that involved him.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, Chair.
yes.
In the first recording that we listened to, that appears under FF 13B, it's a recording.
Maybe before that, let's go back to the Board of Inquiry transcript.
Yes, Chair.
You have now accepted that the part of the transcript of the proceedings of the Board Inquiry to which you were referred a few minutes ago is correct and it reflects what you said at the Board of Inquiry. You remember that?
Uthi ke na kunjalo ukuthi ke uvumile ukuthi ke na ke ingcenye ya lenkulumiswano noma lokho okushilo ku Board of Inquiry ngempela kunjalo kuyiqiniso.
Yebo kunjalo ngiyavuma.
Yes, Chairperson.
Did I understand you correctly that you said you now remember that you did say this?
Kungaba iqiniso ukuthi ke uthena ke manje sewuyakhumbula ukuthi ngempela iloko wawukushilo.
Yebo ngiyavuma.
Yes, Chairperson.
What reminded you that this is what you had said at the Board of Inquiry?
Yini okwenze ukuthi ukhumbule ukuthi ngempela iloko okushilo ku Board of Inquiry?
Okwenza lokho hlalo ukuthi kwadlalwa inkulumo eyiqophiwe zangenza ukuthi ngikhumbule ukuthi ngathini impela.
What made me recall, Your Worship, is that there was some recording that was played before the Commission, Chairperson, which then reminded me what happened.
But if I recall correctly, when you gave evidence last week, you did not say that you could not remember what you had said at the Board of Inquiry, or that you were not sure whether you had said the things that are said here that were attributed to you, but you were quite categorical that you had not said these words. Is my recollection correct?
Khumbula kahle ngesikhathi esidlule mawuthula ubufakazi lana awushongo ukuthi ke cha angisakhumbuli kahle ongakusho noma amagama ukuyiwona wona engawasho uye washo nje na ke ngokwakho ngqo ukuthi cha akusiyinto mina engiyishilo le.
Ngiyavuma ngasho ukuthi akusimi ngishilo lokho kodwa ke ngokudlala kweqopha kwamagama kwangenza ukuthi kungenze manje ukuthi ngivume ukuthi yimi lo.
Yes, I agree. I did say that those are not the words that I said, but after the recordings were played before the commission, that's when I then realized that indeed this is what I said.
Well, let me talk about something else that I picked up in your evidence last time. That is that you were quite clear that you did not act as you did because of any pressure by anybody on you, but that you only acted as you did in relation to the request for clearance because of the letter that had come from Ambassador Kolwane's PA. Is my recollection correct?
Uthi ke mayekhumbula kahle uchaze ukuthi awenzanga lokhu okwenzileke ngoba wawungaphansi kwengcindezi yomuntu othizeke kepha ke wakwenza leko ngenxa yaloku ke umnomzana ke ukolwane noma incwadi le yayivela kumnomzana ukolwane ebeyikusho ukuthi ukwenza.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is so, Chairperson.
Is that still the position that you take at this stage, that you did not act because of any pressure?
Namanje ngabe kusenjalo ukuthi usasho ukuthi ke awenzanga lokho ngenxa yencindezi eqhamuka emntwini othize.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is true.
Mr. Kolwane gave evidence here and said that he put pressure on personnel of the Defense Department, and my understanding was that you would have been one of those he was talking about. Is that your understanding as well?
Uthi ke umnumzana uKolwane ufakaze ukuthi ke uye wafaka incindezi kubasebenzi balapho kumbutho wezokuvikela ukuze bakwazi ke ukuphuthuma bayenze lokho uyathemba noma uthatha ukuthi ke njengoba akhuluma ngabantu bekabafaka phansi kwencindezi ungahle nawe ube omunye walabo bantu.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is true.
But you say you did not act out of any pressure from him.
Kodwa wena uthi ke awenziswanga lokho incindezi yayivela kuyena.
Lokho ngishiso ukuthi uye osho njalo Mr. Kolwane uthi wafaka incindezi kubantu abasebenzela umbutho.
I say that because Mr. Kolwane himself said that he is the one that put pressure to the personnel of the department.
Yes, but you maintain that you did not act out of any pressure from him.
Kepha ke wena usaphethele lokuthi awuzange ke ukwenze ngoba wawufakwe phansi kwengcindezi uyena.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is true, Chairperson.
So, when in the transcript of the Board of Inquiry, on the page to which we referred earlier on, page 325, when you said, although I was not happy with that response, that is why I even, the second time, I think that must be you phoned, and you spoke to Colonel Anderson. What unhappiness were you talking about?
La kwi lobufakazi obubhaliwe ke ukuvela ke kwi ma recordings ku Board of Inquiry la uchaza khona ukuthi ke na ke noma bengingadlanga noma ngingenelisekanga ngiye ngathi futhi okwesibili ngakhuluma no Lieutenant Colonel Anderson bewuchaza ukuthini ke na ke kungani ke wawunganelisekanga ngamanye amazwi.
Into engangichaza lapha isizathu sesicelo sendize kufuneke ihlale eWaterkloof.
The reason for that, Your Worship, was the reason of the request for the plane that was supposed to land at Waterkloof.
What was it about the reason for the request?
Isizathu yini
made you unhappy?
sizathu ke na ke saleso sicelo o sichazayo?
Isicelo leso nemininingwane yokuza kwendiza izohlala eWaterkloof ibingachazi kakhulu ukuthi ngobani abantu abazohlala abazifune bezohlala eWaterkloof.
The reason being that the request and the particulars were not satisfying, about the plane that was coming to land at Waterkloof, and it never even stated who are the people and the reason for it to come and land at Waterkloof.
And if you were not happy with the request because of inadequate information, what were you supposed to do with the request in terms of your functions?
Manje uma ngabe bewunganeliseki maqondana naleso sicelo yini obukufanele ke usiyenze ngaleso sicelo ke mangabe ungenelisekanga
Ingakho
ngengxenye yomsebenzi wakho?
ingakho ngaphambilini ngacela ku Mnumzana uKolwane uthi anginike into ebhalwe phansi ayisho ukuthi uyayivumela ukuthi indizi ingangena.
That's why at first I asked Mr. Kulwane to give me something which is written down, or a document which states that he is agreeing to the landing of the plane.
Was that before you received the email that came from Mr. Kolwane's PA?
Kungaphambi kokuthi uthole ke i-email eyayivela ke kumsizi ka Mnumzana uKulwane okanye i-PA yakhe?
Yebo kunjalo kungaphambili ukuthola i-email.
Yes, that is true. It was before I received the email.
Would it then be correct to take that email from Mr. Kolwane's PA as a direct response to your request to him?
Amanye amagama singathatha ukuthi ke na ke kutholeni kwakho email ke evela ke ku msizi noma umncedisi wakhe ke kungako ke bese uwenza lokho noma uphendula lokho bekakucela.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is true.
You do remember the contents of that email, don't you?
Usakhumbula imininingwane yaleyo email ngokwayo ukuthi yayithini?
Yebo ngiyayikhumbula okanye noma ke ngeke ngibeka amagama ayo njobe njalo.
Yes, I do, even though I cannot be able to exactly put the wordings of that email as they are.
Chair, the email is on page 199 of
no, it's fine. It's fine for now. Maybe later.
Thank you.
What to your recollection, was the gist of that email to you from Mr. Kolwane through his PA?
Wena ukuya ngawe ke yini ke okwakuyikhona kona okwakubalulekile ngaleyo email yayiphuma kumsizi kaMnumzana uKulwane?
igama elithi ivumelekile indizi ukuthi ngangena eWaterkloof.
Angizwa?
Igama lokuthi elithi ivumelekile ukuthi indizi ngangena eWaterkloof.
The words that were saying it is allowed that the airplane can land at the Waterkloof.
Is that what you had requested Mr. Kolwane to put in writing to you?
Kuloko okwenza ukuthi ke na ucela uMnumzana uKulwane ke na ke uthi akunikeze ke incwadi elotshwe phansi ke na.
No, let's do it again, Mr. Interpreter.
Yeah.
Is what you found in the email what you had requested Mr. Kolwane to send to you in writing?
Kuloko ke na ke oye wakuthola kwi-email ke na ke lokho bewucele ukuthi uMnumzana uKolwane akuthumele kona.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, Chairperson.
You were here when he gave evidence last week, isn't it?
Wawungekho la uma ngabe ethula ubufakazi kule viki eledlule?
I'm sorry, you were here.
Oh, you were. Bewukhona mangabe ethula ubufakazi la kule viki eledlule?
Yebo bengikhona sihlalo.
Yes, I was, Chairperson.
Do you recall what he said about that letter, that email?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi ke na ke uye wathini ngale ncwadi noma i-email?
Ngiyakhumbula kusho sihlalo.
I recall what he said.
What is your recollection of what he said?
Yini okukhumbulayo aye wakusho?
Wathi i-email ibhalwe umbhali wakhe secretary.
He said that the email was actually made or written by his secretary.
Kodwa ke noma ibhalwe isecretary yakhe uyibhale ngendlela ayicabanga ukuthi yena wayesho kanjalo.
And that as it was written by his secretary, he thinks that she wrote it the way she said it must be.
Well, Mr. Kolwane said that the email that was sent to you by his PA did not reflect what he had asked his PA to write.
Yena ufakaze ukuthi le email eyathunyelwa kuye ke lo nobhala wakhe noma umbhali loyo beyingasho okuyikhona yena bekathe kushiwo noma kubhala.
Yebo.
Yes.
Is it your recollection too that that is what Mr. Kolwane said?
Ingaba inkumbulo yakho yaloku uMnumzana uKulwane akushilo?
Ilokho akusho Mr. Kolwane.
That's what Mr. Kulwane said.
He also said that he did not ask his PA to write that he had approved the request.
Uthi ke futhi uMnumzana uKulwane azange atshele ke na ke uSecretary wakhe ukuthi ke uvumile ukuthi leso sicelo singa finyeleliswa.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is true.
And he said that either his secretary misunderstood what he had said to her, or maybe he failed to articulate accurately what he wanted his PA to say in the letter. Is that your recollection also of what Mr. Kolwane said?
Wase uthi ke na ke kungahle kwenzeke ukuthi ke na lo mbhali noma uPA wakhe akazange ke na ke athole kahle akushilo noma ke mhlawumbe ke na ke uwenze iphutha elithize ke wacabanga ukuthi lokho akusho ukuthi akusho kulo email. Sakhumbula kusho lokho?
Yebo kunjalo wayesho kanjalo.
Yes, that is what he said.
What do you say to this part of his evidence?
Wena ke uthini ke nga leyo ngxenye yobufakazi bakhe?
Kimi hlalo kunzima ukuthi khona engakusho.
To me, Chairperson, is difficult for me to can say something about it.
Well, maybe let me make it clear. My understanding of your evidence is that you had a conversation with Mr. Kolwane, and in the course of that conversation, you asked him to send you something in writing that would say that they were approving the landing of the aircraft. Is that correct?
Ngizwisisa ukuthi ke na ke okushoyo ukuthi ukhulume nomnumzana uKulwane ke ekukhulumisaneni kwenu wena uye wacela ukuthi mabakuthumele okuthize okulotshwe phansi okubhaliwe kunjalo?
Yebo kunjalo ngakucela.
Ukuthi ke bavuma ukuthi leyo ndizi ngazonzinza la kunjalo?
Yebo kunjalo ngakucela lokho.
Yes, Chairperson.
Do you have any doubt at all in your mind that that is what the two of you discussed in terms of something in writing?
Can the Chairperson repeat that?
Do you have any doubt in your mind, do you have any doubt at all in your mind that that is what you said to Mr. Kolwane in the telephone conversation, namely that you wanted something in writing that would show that they had approved the landing of the flight?
Unokungabaza mhlambe ke emqondweni wakho ukuthi kungahle kube yiloko ke eniyena ngaxoxisana wena nomnumzana uKulwane ukuthi ke mabakuthumele ngokombhalo.
Angabazi yikho lokho sasixoxa no Mr. Kolwane engangifuna.
I don't have any doubt. This is exactly what we spoke about with Mr. Kulwane, and that is what I asked him to do.
He said in his evidence before me that he did not have any power, or DERCO had no power to approve the landing of the flight of any aircraft at Waterkloof.
Uthi ke ebufakazini bakhe uthi na ufakaze ukuthi yena akanawo amandla noma ke amandla ke angaba nawo ukuthi ke na ke avumele ukuthi ke na ke indiza izohlala lapha eWaterkloof.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula lo nkulumo.
Yes, I recall that he said that.
What do you say to that? Is that true that he didn't have that power, or DERCO did not have that power?
Wena uthini ngaloko kuyiqiniso ukuthi wayenganawo lawo mandla noma uDERCO wayenganawo lawo mandla?
Kimi akusile iqiniso lokho.
To me, that is not the truth.
Why do you say that?
Kungani usho lokho?
Ngushiso yilokho ngokuthi mangiqade ngikhuluma no Mr. Majila wangithumela kuye uMr. Kolwane.
I say that because by the time I was speaking to Mr. Majila, he then referred me to Mr. Kulwane.
Ngiphinde futhi ngushiso ukuthi ubaba uKolwane uyena umphathi omkhulu eDERCO.
And I say that because Mr. Kulwane is the highest official at DERCO.
Yes. Highest official in a government department would be the Director General.
Uthi ke umphathi omkhulu ke na ke kwinhlaka yombuso ke kuzoba ke umqondisi jikelele noma uDirector General.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is so.
He was not Director General, was he?
Why kade ke umqondisi jikelele noma?
Ngokwazi wami Chief State Protocol.
What?
Chief State Protocol.
According to my knowledge, he was the Chief State Protocol.
Yes, so did that position give him power to approve the landing of an aircraft at Waterkloof?
Leso sikhundla ngabe ke besimnikeza amandla ukuthi ke angavumela indiza ukuthi ke iyohlala eWaterkloof?
Ngokwazi kwami kwakunjalo kwakufanele ukuthi approve.
According to my knowledge, that was the case, he was supposed to approve.
Was the position not that the approval for the landing of any aircraft at Waterkloof was something that could only be granted by the relevant officials in the Department of Defense?
Ukuthi ke na ke abantu bekuyibona bebangaba namandla noma bavume ukuthi indiza ke izohlala endaweni ethize ke abantu abasebenza ke kumnyango ke na ke wezombutho wezokuvikela.
Cha kunjalo. Abanamandla iDerco.
No, that is not so. The only people that had those powers are the people from DECO.
Had it happened before that DERCO provided approval for the landing of any aircraft at Waterkloof?
Ingabe kuye kwayenzeka ngaphambilini ukuthi iDeco ivumele ukuthi indiza thize ingayohlala ke na ke eWaterkloof?
Izindiza zonke ezingena eningizimu neSouth Africa zi-approve iDerco.
All the flights that are entering the borders of South Africa are approved by DECO.
But I'm now talking about the actual landing and not entering into South African space. The
Oh.
actual landing at Waterkloof.
Akushoyo ukuthi ke zingene zizohlala eWaterkloof, hayi ukungena nje ziyeqe umngcele zingene ngapha eningizimu Afrika.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is true.
Is that answer to the effect that yes, there had been cases before when DERCO had approved the landing of aircrafts at Waterkloof?
Ngamanye amagama leyo mpendulo impendulo ke leyo yembuzo ukuthi ngabe uDeco uye ngaphambilini wavumela ukuthi izindiza zingazohlala eWaterkloof.
Yebo kunjalo hla.
Yes, Chairperson.
Are you able to remember to tell me some of the examples of other occasions when that has happened?
Sesimeni sokuthi ungasichazela mhlawumbe ke na ke ukuthi kuye kwenzeka ngesinye isikhathi lapho kukhona indiza eyavumela uDeco ukuthi ngayohlala lapho eWaterkloof.
Noma ngeke ngisakhumbula ukuthi maphe amazwe. Kodwa ke makuzo banesicelo. Ake ngithi nje isicelo saseGuinea.
Sakuphi?
eGuinea.
Even though I cannot exactly remember or recall, but if there is a request, like a request from Guinea,
Isicelo sinjalo kuyisicelo somongameli okanye isekelo mongameli.
such a request is a request for the president or the deputy president.
Kuvamisile ukuthi kube yicelo ezifikela eDerco okanye ifikele kithi kodwa iDerco is approved.
Normally, such a request will be sent to DECO, or it will send to us, and then we will send that request to DECO.
What in those cases, what does DERCO actually approve? Is it the actual landing, or do they approve the visit that will be made by that head of state, and then the actual landing then gets approved by the Department of Defense? Or are you saying that the visit and the landing at Waterkloof get approved by DERCO?
Ukuyikona iDeco ezokuvumela ivumela ini ukuthi indiza izonzinza eWaterkloof noma ke ivumela nje ukuthi ke indiza evela ngaphandle ingangena la eningizimu Afrika noma ke mhlawumbe ke na ke fanele ukuthi ke ivumele umbutho wezokuvikela.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat that. Mr. Interpreter, just listen carefully. In those cases that you talk about where you say DERCO has previously given approval.
Kuleko okushoyo ukuthi kena uDeko uyena ofaneleke avume leso sivumelano.
Do they approve the visit by a head of state or deputy head of state, and then the Department of Defense approves the actual landing of the aircraft at Waterkloof, or does DERCO approve both?
Ngaba ke bavumela ukuthi mhlawumbe ke umongameli wezwe noma isekela lakhe engengena mhlawumbe ke ezovakasha noma ke umbutho wezokuvikela ke yiwona omele ukwenze noma konke kokubili.
Ngokwazi kwami la ngangisebenza khona command post thina amandla esinawo ukunika i-clearance number phela.
According to what I know, where I'm working at
Command post
the command post, the only powers that we have is to give a clearance number.
But when you give the clearance number, is the position that not that you are providing approval for the landing of an aircraft?
Kepha mawunikeza i-clearance number, loko akusho ukuthi ke nake nawe ke umuntu ke nake ovumayo ukuthi ke na leyo ndiza ingangena.
yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is so.
So, is your evidence therefore that before an aircraft can land at Waterkloof that is bringing a head of state or deputy head of state, there must be two approvals, one approval from DERCO and another approval from the Department of Defense Force?
Ngamanye amagama ubufakazi bakho ukuthi mhlawumbe umongameli welinye ilizwe umekeza ngapha ufanele ke nake kube khona ke nake ivumelwano zimbili ke nake eyodwa ephuma ke kunyanga ngozombutho wokuvikela enye ifanele ivele kwaDeko.
I'm sorry, Mr. Interpreter, approvals, not agreements, approvals.
Okay, ama approvals ke.
Hlalo njengoba bese ngichazile ngokwazi kwami amandla ombutho ukunika inamba yanoma yipi indiza ezongena eSouth Africa.
Chairperson, what I know is that the defense force is to issue a number,
Clearance numbers.
to issue out a clearance number noma yiphi indiza of any flight which is going to enter the country.
But the issuance of that clearance number, is it not the final step that allows an aircraft to land?
Ukunikela ke ngenombolo ke nake akusi iso isigaba sokugcina ke sokuvuma ukuthi ke na indiza ingene.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is so.
So would it be correct that you are saying there must be approval from DERCO and an approval from the Department of Defense Force?
Ngamanye amagama ke kumele ke nake kube ke nemvumo evela kwaDeko nemvumo evela ke kumbutho wezokuvikela.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is true.
And the approval from the department, from DERCO, where there has been no note of a BAL, what form would it take?
What?
What form would it take? The approval from DERCO.
Uma ngabe kunemvumo evela kwaDeko and then ke nake kepha kungekho note verbal ke nake, what form?
What form would the approval take?
Leyo mvumo ke izothatha ke nake isimo esinjani noma iform.
Anguzwa kahle umbuzo.
I don't understand the question.
Well, let's try. You see, when you give your approval at the Department of Defense Force, you said you give a clearance number.
Mangabeke unikeza imvume ke mnyango we zombutho okuvikela uthi ke unikelana nge-clearance number, angithi?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes.
That is the form that your approval takes. Do you understand?
Isona ke nake isimilo ke esithathwa ke nake imvumo ke leso, angithi?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is so.
But in this case, the letter from Mr. Kolwane's PA, that approval took the form of an email. Do you understand that?
Kepha ke kulokhu ke nake incwadi ke nake vela ke kumncedisi ke kaMnumzana uKulwane ke nake nayo ke ifanele ukuthi ke nake ibe nokuthize ke okuchaza ukuthi ke nake kuyavumeleka.
No,
Uyezwa?
no, Mr. Interpreter.
Yes.
The approval that came from DERCO came by way of an email from Mr. Kolwane's PA on this, in regard to this matter.
Oh. Manje ke na imvumo eqhamuke kwadeko le ezile ize isesimeni ke naka se email ke naka o Mr. Kulwane athe umncedisi wakhe ayithumele kunjalo.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is true.
Now, the approval that you talk about that you expect from DERCO, does it always, one, come by way of a letter or email, and two, does it say we give approval to the request?
Manje wena ke naka leyo approval oyithola evela ko DERCO ngokuvamsile iqhamuka ngehlobo le email noma incwadi bese ke iyasho ukuthi ke naka chuba ke leyo mvumo.
Iza ngohlobo lwe-email kuyincwadi enemniningwane.
It come in a form of an email, which is a letter that contains the particulars.
So you stand by your evidence that you asked Mr. Kolwane to send you something in writing that would show that there was approval for the request for a clearance.
Ngamanye amagama uthi ke na uye wacela uMnumzana uKulwane ukuthi ke na ke akuthumeleke okuthize okubhaliwe ukubonisa ukuthi ke na ke kunemvumo yokuthi ke kungakhishwa i-clearance.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is true.
And the email that came from his PA satisfied what you were looking for.
Nekuthi email le chamuke kumsizi wakhe ke iye yakwenelisa ukuthi ke kuyini okudingekayo.
Yebo kunjalo ngoba inginika igunya ukuthi ngiqhubeke.
Yes, because it gave me the right to continue.
He said that he had asked his PA to only send a letter to ask you to process the request.
Uthi ke na ke yena watshela ke umsizi wakhe ukuthi akuthumele incwadi ke na ke ecela ukuthi ke na ke uqhubeke uwenze leso sicelo noma i-request.
Ngamagama akhe lawo. Yes wakusho lokho.
Those are his words. Yes, indeed, he said that.
And is that true? Is that what the two of you discussed, that he would send you simply a letter or something in writing that would say process the request only?
Ingaba iyona inkulumisano yenu ke na ke lokho okukwenzeka ukuthi ke njengoba umcela ukuthi ngithumele okuthize ke okulotshiwe noma okubhaliwe kungako eye wathumela leyo ncwadi.
Cha akasho ukuthi uzothumela ukuthile.
No, he never said he will send anything.
I thought that the two of you had a discussion and you asked him to send something in writing, and my understanding was that he was going to send you something in writing.
uthi ke na ke uzwisisa ukuthi nina khulumisana wathi ngithumeleke okuthize okubhalwe phansi ke na ke then ke wase uyavuma ukuthi uzokuthumela lo.
Ngangucelile okubhalwe phansi kodwa ke masikhuluma wathi angazi ngesiZulu ngizobeka kanjani wathi akukho emandleni akho ukuthi ngakubhala phansi ngoba indawo esensitive lesikhuluma ngayo.
I asked for something in black and white, but he said he doesn't have the powers to do that because this is a very sensitive issue that we are talking about.
Yes, so at the end of your conversation with him, you did not expect to receive anything in writing?
Emva kokuthi uxoxisana naye awuzange ke na ke umele ukuthi uzothumela okuthize okubhalwe phansi.
Ngangifuna lokho mphathi wahlelo.
I was expecting that.
Yeah, but how were you expecting that if he had said he could not put this in writing?
Manje bowuzomela kanjani lokho mangabe uthena ke angeke akwazi ke na ke ukukwenza lokho ngokombhalo.
Ngangulindile lokho mphathi wahlelo so that khona kuzokwazi ukuthi ushilo wathi uzoyithumela incwadi and wayithumela incwadi eshoyo ukuthi ngiqhubeke.
I was awaiting that because uthi ubekashilo ukuthi uzoyithumela and then wayithumela. Because he said he will.
Ngangicele ukuthi athumele okubhaliwe.
Because I asked him to send me something in writing and then kwenzakalani?
Wakuthumela.
And then indeed he did send me something in writing.
Okay, I'm getting a little confused. I thought you said he said he would not put this in writing because it was sensitive.
Uthena mangabe ukuzwe kahle ke na ke usihlalo uzwe ungazathi uthi ke umcelile ukuthi ngithumele okuthize ke okubhaliwe yena wathi ke na ke angeke abe akwazi ngoba ke na ke ngeke kube sebandle nakho ukuthi akwenze lokho ngoba le daba enikhuluma ngalo ke na idaba ke na ke oluphezulu kakhulu noma ke olusensitive.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is true.
But I now understand you as if you are saying he actually did promise to send you something in writing.
Kepha manje masikuzwa ungazathi ugcine evuma ke ukuthi ke ekuthumele okuthize okubhaliwe.
Cha.
No.
Angisho kanjalo mphathi wahlelo.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, let's try and get this clear. The one thing you are saying is that you did ask Mr. Kolwane to send you something in writing. Is that correct?
Uthi ke wewamcela ukuthi akuthumele okuthize okubhaliwe.
Yebo.
Yes.
And the second thing you're saying is that he said he could not put this in writing because it was sensitive.
Waseke uthi angeke akwazi ke ukukuthumela okuthize okubhaliwe ngoba lo daba ke udaba oluphezulu ke na ke kakhulu ke sensitive.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is true.
Did he thereafter, and before your telephone conversation with him ended, did he thereafter change his mind and say he would send you something in writing?
Emva kwale ngxoxo yenu ke na ke emveni ke na ke ingabe uye waphendula umqondo wakhe wathi cha ngizokuthumela okuthize okubhaliwe?
Cha, angikhumbuli lokho.
No, I don't recall.
So how come then you expected something in writing from him when he never promised you anything in writing?
Kungani ke wawumele okuthize okubhaliwe mangabe ke na ke athe angeke akwazi ukuthumela okubhaliwe?
Ngangulindele okubhalwe nguye kodwa ke noma engasho ukuthi uzokuthumela.
I was expecting something in black and white from him, even though he said he cannot be able to send it.
Why?
Kungani?
Why did you expect him to send you something in writing when he told you clearly, I can't put this in writing, it's too sensitive?
Kungani ke nabe umele ukuthi uzokuthumela okubhaliwe mangabe ukushilo kuwe ke umlomo nomlomo ukuthi ke angeke ngikwazi ukuthumela okuthize okubhaliwe ngoba lo daba lelo udaba ke na olusematheni kakhulu noma sensitive.
Hlalo bengeke ngiqhubeke ngokunika iclearance ngaleso sikhathi ingekho into ephuma edekho ethi qhubeka
Chairperson,
Ngaleso
I
sicelo.
wasn't going to continue processing if I did not get anything from DECO which said I must continue processing.
I think, Mr. Nchis, if you could just repeat your response, and Mr. Interpreter, if you can listen, I think you didn't understand his answer.
Oh, ungaphinda futhi impendulo yakho?
Ngangingeke ngiqhubeke ngokunika i-clearance
I couldn't have continued issuing a clearance
ingekho into ebhalwe phansi ukuthi ngiqhubeke baye approve ukuthi ngiqhubeke.
without anything in black and white which states I must continue and that they approve that I must continue.
Is that a position that you made quite clear to Mr. Nkolwane at the time of your conversation?
Ngaba iyona into oye ibeka wayicacisa kuye umnumzana uKulwane mangabe ke nixoxisana.
Noma ngashongo lawo magama kuyo ukuthi ngeke ngiqhubeke nge-clearance.
Even though I never said those words to him that I would never continue with the clearance.
Kodwa ngokwazi kwami la ngisebenza khona kufuneka kube nento eshoyo ukuthi indize ethile ingangena.
But according to my knowledge where I'm working, there must be something that will tell me that a specific flight can be allowed.
Yes. Normally, normally would that be a note verbal?
Ngokuvamisile kuzoba i-note verbal leyo.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is true.
And in this case, when you ask for something in writing, were you asking for something in writing in the place of the note verbal, which was not there?
Mangabe bewucela okuthize okubhaliwe bewucela okuthize okubhaliwe esimeni se-note verbal ke ebeyingekho.
Ngangicela i-note verbal.
I was actually asking for the note verbal.
Or you were actually wanting them to provide you with a note verbal?
Wawufuna kahle kahle bakunikeze i-note verbal.
Kunjalo ngoba i-note verbal iyona esebenza ngayo.
That is true because the note verbal is something that we are working with.
But what you received was not a note verbal.
Kodwa lokho kutholile wena bekungasi i-note verbal.
Yebo.
Yes.
But you were prepared to use it as the required approval that you expected from DERCO.
Kepha wabona ukuthi ke umuntu ke ongaqhubeka ke usebenze ngayo ngoba ke iyona into ebhaliwe oyithole ukuvela kwaDECO.
Yebo kunjalo.
Quite correct, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Chair, I see we have just gone past our lunch time, but if, with your leave, can I just take up this issue, just one issue?
Yes, I think we can try.
And carry on.
We can carry on. I think I've covered most of the things
Yes,
that I
yes.
was interested in.
Thank
So
you,
I think
Chair.
we can try and finish so that
Finish.
when we break, we break for the day.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to bring this forward, that the only luxury that we have as a commission is the recordings that we have. And I think it's important that we bear that in mind when we're engaging on these issues, because we do have the benefit of the conversations. So I'm just going to ask you one small question. When you spoke to, I'm referring to the telephone transcript under file 13C, your discussion with Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel Anderson.
Uthikena kukhona ama recordings kena ke lapho bokhulumisana no Colonel Anderson.
When Colonel Anderson explained to you that, are you refusing the president? Are you refusing the state protocol because the president knows about this?
Lapho
At that time, I want to understand from you, when you responded that I will attend to it, what was your understanding at that time? Because my understanding is, at the time when you were asking, we were waiting for the letter or the note verbal, you already spoke to Lieutenant Colonel Anderson, and at that stage, you indicated that you will attend to the clearance. at that stage. So I just want to tell you, I want you to explain to me, when did you change to you saying, I'm not satisfied with the requirement that are supposed to be complied with, to when you say, it's fine, I will attend to the clearance, when you spoke to Colonel Anderson?
Uthi mangabe ukhuluma no Colonel ke Anderson ke na ke ekbuza ukuthi ke na ke awuvumelani ke na ke nomthetho okumele ulandele noma iprotocol ethize ke manje ke na ke khona lana achaza khona ke ummeli ke ukuthi ke kukhona lana uye wachaza khona kuye ukuthi ke kepha mina angineliseki kepha ke ekuyeni noma ekuhambeni kwesikhathi waseke na kuyavuma uthi no cha ngizozama ke ukuthi ngiqhube naloko kuze kanje yini into kenza ukuthi ke uqule lo mcondo
Let me try and make it easy for you.
makakubeke kalula kuwe.
If I look at FF13C on page 13,
FF13
C
kusi
on page 13 of the recording,
ku number 13 ke wama recordings uyabona.
I'm going to go to line 18, where Colonel Anderson says, if now I just mentioned that this is I must be very careful. This is our #1 knows about this visit. And you say, yeah, he explained that to me, ma'am. And I'm gonna jump there, I'm going to the last line on that page, which says, yes, that is why now I said, now let me confirm with you first. What was I just want to understand, what were you saying when you said that, were you saying that you were going to proceed and issue the clearance number?
Lapho kule nkulumiswano ke bewuchaza ukuthini ukuthi ke uzoqhubeka mhlawumbe ke umnikeze ke na ke iclearance noma ke inombolo.
Ukhuluma kwami no Colonel Anderson.
Yes.
Okokuqala ngangifuna ukwazi ukuthi iWaterkloof isezingeni ingathatha abantu about 217.
For me speaking to Colonel Anderson, I wanted to know whether Waterkloof is it in a state to can accommodate abantu abangaki?
217.
217 people.
Lokho ngangubuziswa ngoba wayesebenza movement ukumukela abantu abangena ngendiza.
I did that because she was working at the movement of actually receiving people who are coming in a flight.
Uthema engitshela ukuthi abantu abangena abazongena ngendiza ngobani ngobani abantu abaziyo erifela kumongameli kwangenza ukuthi ngithi kuye ngiyakuvumela ngase ngimbuza enkulumeni yami ukuthi
and when she said to me the people who are coming in and telling me that she knows those people and referring to the president, wase uthini?
so ngoku veza igama lokuthi umongameli uyazi esengichazela ukuthi iyangakhona ukuthatha inamba yalabo bantu abazongena eWaterkloof leso sigaba leso ilapha ngakusho khona kuye ukuthi ngizoqhubeka neclearance.
By mentioning that the president knows and that how many people can be accommodated, that is when I took then the decision that yes, I will then do that.
So, do I understand you to say that at that time, before you received the email, you were in your mind, you were convinced that the clearance was supposed to be issued?
Makakuzwisisa kahle ngaleso sikhathi phambi kokuthi uthole i-email ke nake bese ke nake umuntu ke nake o thembayo ukuthi ngempela se fanele ukuthi konke lokho kwenziwe ke ngokwesivumelwane.
ngaleso sikhathi emqondweni wami kwakukhona lokho ukuthi ngizoqhubeka ngibanike inamba iclearance.
At that point in time, it was already in my mind that I will just continue and give them the
Clearance number.
the clearance number.
That is correct, because even Ambassador Kolwane accepted that by that name dropping, by mentioning the president, actually he admitted that was putting pressure. So you concede to that.
Ngamanye amagama uthi yebo kuliloko uambassador uKolwana akushilo ke noma ngokuchaza amagama abantu bathize ke noma yini dropping ngoba ke ekhulume ngomongameli ke na ke yiloko okwekwenza ukuthi ke uguqule umqondo uqhubeke.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is so.
Thank you. I need to move from that point unless if the chair wants to take it.
Yes. Earlier on, we dealt with the question of whether any pressure had been put on you, or rather, let me rephrase that. We dealt with the question whether you acted in the manner in which you did because of any pressure. My understanding was that you said no, you didn't act in the way you did because of any pressure. Is that correct?
Uthi ke ngaphambilini ke uye wakubuza ukuthi ke wakwenza mhlambe ngaphandle kwencindezi ethize makazusisa uye wathi cha bewungakwenziswi incindezi ke na ke evela kunoma ubani kunjalo.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is true, Chairperson.
But you have just said yes to a question from Ms. Rangata to say you were going to issue the clearance because of the pressure now that the name of the president had been mentioned.
Kepha manje uyavuma mangabe umele kubuza ukuthi ya uye wase uthi sowuzokwenza lokho ngoba bese kukhulunywe noma kubezwe igama lika mongameli.
Mphathi ohlelo hlalo ngixolisa. Ukusho kwami lokho igama likamongameli lasetshenziswa. Kodwa kimi akusho ukuthi ngifaka incindezi. Lokho okwencindezi kuqhamuke nomnumzana uKolwane.
Look, all I can say is that by mentioning the president name doesn't mean that there was pressure exerted on me, but I did that because of what Mr. Kolwane said to me.
No, I think that's not what the witness said. Just repeat your answer,
Ungaphinda futhi?
Mr. JC, and listen carefully, Mr. Interpreter.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Mangikhuluma no Colonel Anderson.
Yeah.
Mangikhuluma no Colonel Anderson kwaqhamuka igama likamongameli.
When I was speaking to Colonel Anderson, there was a mention of the president's name, Your Worship. I mean, Chairperson, yeah.
Mayilisho igama lelo. Akushoni kwakhe igama likamongameli. Akusho kimi ukuthi umfaka incindezi.
By mentioning the president, that doesn't mean she is putting me under pressure.
Yena uthi kuyenzeka uthi umongameli uyakwazi lokho.
But what she said is that the president knows about that.
Ngamtshela ukuthi umnumzana uKolwane naye ukushilo lokho.
I told her that even Mr. Kolwane said that.
Masiqhubeka sikhuluma ngathi kuyeke mawusho lokho ngase ngimbuza ukuthi zithini ingcukaca zokungena kwabantu eWaterkloof.
And then that's when, as we were continuing talking, I then asked her, what are the particulars of the people who are coming to get into Waterkloof?
Wachaza lokho.
She explained that.
ngase ngithi ke kuye ngizoqhubeka nalokho okuyisicelo.
After she explained that, that's when I then said to her, I will then continue with the request.
The details that you talk about, were they the requirements before, that had to be met before an aircraft could land at Waterkloof?
Incukacha lezo khuluma ngazo ke na ke ngabe incukacha ezifunekayo ngaphambi kokuthi ke indiza ivumeleke ukuba ingene.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, Chairperson.
And after she had explained those requirements to you, you then said you would go ahead to give the clearance. Is that what you said?
Emva kokuthi ke na ke akuchazele lezo incukacha ke kulapho uye wathi yebo ke uzoqhubeka ke unikele ngeclearance.
Noma wayechaza ebeka imfanekiso. Wengachazi ngadaba lwendiza lwase India. Wayechaza ebeka umfanekiso uthi kuyenzeka ukuthi indiza mayiphethe umongameli okanye isekelo okanye umuntu othunywa umongameli iyangena eWaterkloof.
Even though when she explained, she was just making some reference, angakhulumi ngale bezo.
Wayenza izibonakaliso ukuthi ingangena indiza okanye iphethe umongameli okanye
She was
isekela kumongameli.
actually telling me an example that it is possible that an airplane can come, coming in with the president and then,
Okanye the deputy
or the deputy,
okanye umuntu othunywa umongameli.
or someone that has been sent by the president and then.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to leave that point. I think we've dealt with
Yeah.
it enough.
Yes.
I'm going to move to my other issue. When we listen to the recording, recording 7 that appears under FF13C, we hear your conversation with a lady by the name of Sarah.
Masibheka ke ubufakazi ke obulotshiwe ke nanoma ama recordings ke lapho ke sithola khona inkulumo noma inkulumiswano phakathi komunye nomuntu abathi uSara.
Very interesting discussion. There's a lot of things, but we need to concentrate on what is relevant to this commission.
Kulezo ngxoxiswano ke ziningi into ezishiwo kepha ke masibeke nje umqondo wethu kuzinto ezibalulekile.
Okay.
Kuloko uyazi.
Chair, I'm on page. I'm on page 27 of file 13C.
Yes.
27.
Well, I remember the conversation
Yes.
quite well, yeah.
You seem to be interested in some connection of some sort, and that one cannot wonder but to ask, and because you make specific reference to the discussion of the lending of the Gupta family at the base and your assistance and the favor that you have made. So I want you to put into context, in short, what is it that you wanted Sarah to do, and what did Sarah have to do with the lending of the aeroplane at the Air Force?
Uthi ke nakubonakala ongazathi ke na ke kukhona onentshisekelo ethize kuyo maqondana nalezo ngxoxo zakho neSara ngokuzofika kwalendiza ke yamaGupta. Manje ke okuyikona ke afuna ke ukwazi yini ke mhlambe ke uSara lo bofuna ke namhlambe ke akwenze.
Hlalo. Ake ngicacise ukuthi uSara ungena kanjani kule ngxoxo.
Can I explain how Sarah came into this discussion?
uSara
Yes.
lo esikhuluma ngaye kuma recordings. Usebenza at license department.
Sarah, with whom, Sarah, that we are speaking about, who is in the recordings, is someone that is working at the licensing department.
Yes.
Ukukhuluma kwami naye. Mawuzozo mayiqala ingxoxo ethepiwe.
When I was speaking to her, if you listen to when I started talking to her in the recordings,
Ingxoxo yami mayiqala ngimfonela ngithi kuye utholile umlayezo wami.
when we started the discussion, when I picked up the phone, when I asked her, did she get my message?
Wathi utholile.
She said yes, she did.
Engangufuna kuSara.
Yes.
Yeah.
Engangufuna kuSara. Ebazi umuntu othile oyisikhulu esiphezulu.
What I wanted from her is that she knew someone who is in a highest position.
Leso sikhulu esiphezulu esaziwa uSara engakazi ngisibone.
That person with a higher position known by Sarah herself, whom I did not ever see myself.
Ngangifuna angixhumanise naso ngoba ngangifuna umsebenzi.
I wanted her to get me into contact with that particular person because I needed a job.
So,
In which department was this person that you wanted Sarah to speak to?
Loyo muntu oyisikhulu esiphezulu ke wayephuma ke kuphi umnyango bewufuna uSara akukhulumele naye.
Angimazi ukuthi besebenza lapho umuntu wakhona. Kodwa mawuzwa ingxoxo yethu akusiyo umuntu oyisebenza ku department.
I don't know where that person was working, but if you listen to our conversation, wakungaso umuntu osebenza phi?
Ku department.
That person was not a person who was working in a department.
Umuntu
Well, I'm sorry, is that in the Department of Defense or are you talking about another department?
Ma uthi ku department usho ni department ke na ke yombutho wa masoja noma kuyiphi licensing department.
into engiyaziyo ukuthi lo muntu esasikhuluma ngaye umuntu oyisikhulu esiphezulu okungasho engangitshelanga ukuthi usebenza kuphi.
What I know-
Isikhulu esiphezulu.
What I know about that person is that is someone who is holding a highest position, but she never told me,
High position, Mr. Interpreter,
high
not
position.
highest, yeah.
but he never told me where or which department that person was working.
Did you say you were asking her to help you to get a job?
Uthi ke bewumcela ukuthi ke na ke akusize ukuthi uthole umsebenzi.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is true.
Where did you want to go and work?
Wena bowufuna ukuthi ke uyosebenza kuphi?
Ngangifuna ukuyosebenza eDerco.
I wanted to go and work at Deco.
But what was the connection of this person with DERCO?
Manje ke yena ke wayekade hlangana kanjani noma eqhumana kanjani neDeco lo muntu?
Hlalo ngizokhuluma ngerecording. Kukhona lapho engibuza yena uSara.
I will speak about the recording. There is somewhere where I'm asking Sarah
Ukuthi akangibuzele ukuthi uyamazi uVusi Kolwane.
where I ask her to ask on my behalf to bani wazi uVusi Kolwane,
Yena lo muntu esikhuluma ngaye.
to ask that particular person whether he or she knows Vusi Kolwane.
Yes.
Mawukuthi lo muntu uyamazi uVusi Kolwane. Ngayikho ke ngangicela kuSara ukuthi akangikhulumele naye ukuthi angifunele akhulume noVusi Kolwane ukuthi angitholele umsebenzi eDerco.
And that if that person knows Vusi Kolwane, that's why I asked Sarah to tell that person to speak with Vusi Kolwane on my behalf to get me a job.
So wanted to go and work at DIRCO, and you wanted somebody that would speak to Mr. Kolwane on your behalf so that you could get a job in that department.
ngamanye amagama okuyikhona ukuthi bewufuna umuntu ke okungahle akukhulumele nomnomzana ke uKolwane ukuthi ke na ke ukwazi ukuthi uthole umsebenzi okuyongena eTeko.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is true.
Do you want to take it from there?
Yes, Chair. So, you mentioned something about the favor that you have done for someone. What would be that favor that you're referring to?
Uthi ke ukhuluma ke ngokwenzela umuntu othize ubumsulo obuthize noma ifavor ke kwakuyini ke lobo bumsulo omenzele bona noma ifavor leyo?
Uma ulalele inkulumo eqoshiwe,
If you listen to the recording,
igama eli favor engalisebenzayo igama elangena ngikhuluma noSara.
the word favor that I used is the word that came in as I was talking to Sarah.
Kulelo gama alisho ukuthi khona engangikwenzela othile ifavor.
That doesn't mean that there is someone specific that I was doing a favor for.
Sengisholo kulabantu abathathu abase kuma recordings.
I'm now talking in terms of the 3 people that are on the recordings.
Were you asking Sarah to do you a favor by speaking to that person who would then speak to Mr. Kolwane on your behalf?
Can I clarify that, Chair? So because I'm working with clearances, so there is a favor that I'm doing for him right now. So I want us to address it in that context.
Well, let's hear his answer first. He has said he only used the word favor when you were speaking to Sarah.
Yes.
Were you asking Sarah to do you a favor by speaking to the other person to whom you have referred, who would in turn speak on your behalf to Mr. Kolwane?
Mangabe ukhuluma no Sarah usebenzisa legama le favor ngabe bewucela yena uSarah ukuthi ke akwenzele ke ifavor yokuthi akukhulumele nalomuntu ke na ke owayezokusiza ukuba uthole umsebenzi eTeko.
Kunjalo.
That is true.
Then you can take it from there.
And what did that have to do with the Indian aircraft? How does the Indian aircraft feature into the whole discussion?
Manje lokho ke bekuhlangana kanjani ke na ke nendiza ke ebeyiphuma ke eNdiya?
Umzokhumbula futhi masikhuluma engxoxweni zethu ngifake igama lika Mnumzana uVusi Kolwane.
If you remember correctly, in our discussion, I also involved the name of Mr. Kolwane.
Yes.
uSara wayezothi mayikhuluma nalowo muntu lowo amtshele ukuthi uThabo Ntshisi usebenza kuphi.
When Sarah was going to speak to that particular person, she would then tell that person where Thabo Ntshisi is employed.
Kwakuzoba lula kumnumzane Kolwane ukukhumbula ukuthi ukhuluma ngobani mayikhuluma ngoThabo Ntshisi.
Which was going to be very simple for Mr. Kolwane to remember when they name Thabo Ntshisi appears as to which person are they talking about.
Would you say that your recent engagement with Mr. Kolwane made it easier for you to make that request from Sarah?
Ungasho ukuthi ke na ke emva kokuthi bewuso nesikhathi esifishane ukhulume naye umnumzana uKolwane ikona okwakwenza ukuthi ke na ke uyenze leso sicelo kuSarah.
Akunjalo.
No, that is not like that.
If you did not had any engagement, there was no request for the Indian aircraft, would you have known, or would you have in any event mentioned Kolwane's name and request him to intervene or to assist you to look for a job opportunity?
Uma ngabe bekungasi ilo daba lwendiza yase India ke bongabe uzobe ulfakile igama la kaKolwane noma ke utshele yena uSara ukuthi ke khulume nomnumzana uKulwane ke na ke ukuze uthole ukusizakala okuthize.
Cha, akunjalo.
No, that is not so.
If someone says that you, as much as you were not happy, and I must also mention that out of all the people that we have listened to in this commission, that you were the only person that showed some resistance in terms of granting the clearance or processing the request.
Uthi ke na noma kunjalo ukuthi ke wena bewunganeliseki ukuya ngalesicelo besifakwa ke nakhona ke nabanye ofakazi bashilo ukuthi ke na ke umuntu ke na ke bewungabaza kakhulu ke ekuqhubekiseni leso sicelo.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is so.
If someone was to say that you finally gave in because you anticipated to get something to benefit from this activity, what would be your comment to that?
Mangabe kungaba nomuntu othi ke na ke uye wa se ubona ukuthi ke cha mawuchubeke ke ngaleso sicelo ngoba kukhona owawubheke ke ukuthi ke ukuhlomule kulokho uzothini ngaloko.
Cha akunjalo. Ngoba bese ngichazile. Maqala inkulumo yami noSara ngangimthumele imessage.
No, that is not the truth, or it's not like that, because I've already stated that when we started our talks between myself and Sarah, I had sent her a message before.
Yes. Imessage ayibuza ukuthi ukhulumile nalomuntu wakhe na.
The message was merely asking, did she speak to the person that we are referring to?
Okwaba inhlahla okwaba noma okwaba ibhadi elikhulu kwenze ukuthi ngisebenze ngendiza yaseNdiya.
What was can say luck or bad luck was that I got involved in this Indian flight.
And the opportunity at that time was perfect because then you can just drop the name of Ambassador Kolwane, which will speed up the process.
Kanti ngaleso sikhathi ke na ke uchaza ukuthi ke na ke kunethuba ke na ke elilula ke ngoba ngaleso sikhathi ke na bewungavele nje ubiza igama lika Kulwane.
Lokho kuyiqiniso kwakuzoba lula kumnumzana uKulwane akhumbule ukuthi ubani uThabo Ntshisi.
Yes, that is truth. It was going to be easy for Mr. Kulwane to remember who Thabo Ntshisi is.
I think you are both speaking at cross purposes.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Maybe you could repeat your question.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and rephrase my question. What I'm saying is, at the time, it was more convenient for you when you were following up. Remember, this commission is not privy to your first message that you sent to Sarah. We don't know when you spoke to Sarah and what your discussion was. But the benefit that we have is, when the recording was done, you, for convenience sake, you spoke about Ambassador Kolwane, and we saw, somebody would say that you saw an opportunity to use the name because it would have been a benefit for you if you mentioned the name of Kolwane.
Uthi ke mamela ke kunjalo ukuthi ke uthi ke wawuno khulumisene no Sarah ngaphambilini ke na ke kepha ke na ke I commission lena ke ekubhekeni ukuthi kunomuntu noma abantu abaze la bazothula ubufakazi bokuthi ke mangabe ubiza igama laka Kulwane ke na ke njoba ukhuluma no Sarah kukhona okuthize bewukuhlosile noma obo ufuna ke na ke ukuthi ke na ke ukuhlomule ke ngaleso sikhathi.
Yebo kunjalo.
Kunjalo.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, that's so.
Yeah. Are you saying that, yes, you did use the opportunity of having a role to play in regard to the clearance request for the Indian aircraft?
Ngamanye amagama okuchazayo ukuthi ke na ke bowufuna ke ukuthi ke uhlomule okuthize ke ngoku qhuba ke na ke.
No, Mr. Interpreter, let's start afresh. I think you were too quick.
Wow.
Are you saying that you admit that you saw your role in the request for clearance in regard to the aircraft as providing you with an opportunity to get some favor from Mr. Kolwane?
amanye amagama akhazayo ke na ke usihlalo lana ukuthi ke na ke udlale indima ke ngoba ke ubone ukuthi ke na ke uma uchubeka uyenza leyo clearance ke na ke umuntu ke na ke ozothola ke ifavor ethize ukuvela kumnumzana uLkolwane.
Cha kunjalo.
No, that is not so.
Yes, okay. I did think you may have been at cross purposes.
Okay. I'm going to try and maybe just say it in small bits so that it can be clear. When you spoke to Sarah on that particular day when the recording was done, you spoke about, you made reference to the Indian flight.
Mangabe ukhulumisana no Sarah ngalelo langa kuthathwa izwi noma amazwi eni njoba nixoxisana uye wakhuluma ngendiza yaseNdiya.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is correct.
And you spoke about the favor that you were trying to explain whether it's I couldn't understand what the favor is for, but you spoke about doing somebody a favor.
Uye wakhuluma ke na ke ngokwenzela okuthize ke na ke ifavor ke kodwa ke khona umuntu oye wakhuluma ngaye maqondana nendaba yefavor.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes.
What I want you to comment on is
No, I think, Mr. Interpreter, you didn't get the interpretation correct. The question that was put to the witness is what was put to him was that during that conversation, he made mention of him doing somebody a favor.
Him to or bathi ngaleyo nkulumisano ke na ke kukhona la uye wakhuluma ukuthi ke na ke kukhona umuntu othize ke omwe wamenzela ke ifavor ethize.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is true.
and actually the lady interfered and said yes because you had not finished. So you continue to say of an Indian aircraft that must come on the 29th. So you were very specific about the favor.
Well, seke uyasho ukuthi yebo ke and then ke wase uyaqhubeka ke na ke uthi ke na ke leyo daba lendiza yase India ke ukusho ukuthi ke wawunesiqiniseko saloko bokusho.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is true.
So I'm saying, I want your comment on the following. I'm saying, when you spoke to this lady, it was opportunist, opportune.
Well, maybe Ms. Rangata, let's get to know what favor he was talking
Okay.
about first. What is the favor that you mentioned you were doing or could be doing for somebody in that conversation?
Favor lebe ukhuluma ngayo ke wo wawuyenzele umuntu othize ke kwakuyifavor yini?
Hlalo ngoba bese ngichazile waseqaleni. Igama elangena elifavor langena enkulumweni ngikhuluma. Ngaleso sikhathi mangikhuluma belingena meaning esho ukuthi ngenzela othile ngoba ngishongo kuma recordings ukuthi ngenzela umnumzane 1 ifavor.
Look, as I've already stated in our discussion, there was this word favor that emerged, but I did not actually specifically say, in fact, I did a favor for this specific person.
I think you might just read the extract. You wanted to read the extract at some stage.
You qualify the favor. You continue of an Indian aircraft that must come on the 29th.
Uthi ke uyasho la ukuthi ke ifavor ke yendiza yase India ke ekumele ke izofikela la.
So when I read this statement, it's not something that just came out of nowhere, just dropped in. It has content, and you have continued to give content to it, and that's what I want you to comment on
Ma-
a complete sentence.
Makafunda lapha na le ndaba ye favor akusiyinto nje na igama elizichamukele nje na ke igama ke na ke elichamuke ngoba ke na ke kukhona okuthize ke na ke ngempela owawufuna ukuthi ke na ke ukusho ke akusiyinto nje echamuke emoyeni ke.
Okay, all right.
Ufuna nje
I think just read the extract so that he understands the context, what the sentence says and the context, then
Thank you,
before
Chair.
he can comment.
I'm going to read from page 27 of FF 13,
Page
Line-
27 ka FF 13
line 15.
ku line 15.
Let's see if he has got it.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Ngitholile.
I've got it.
Major Ntisi, that's you speaking. So because I'm working with indistinct clearances, so there is a favor that I'm doing for him right now. You understand? Then the next line is Miss Sarah saying yes. Then you continue on that next line of an Indian aircraft that must come on the 29th.
Uthi yezwa ke uthi ke na ke umuntu ke osebenza umenzela ifavor ngoba umuntu osebenza ngama clearance ke na ke maqhubeka usera nawe uyavuma uthi yebo maqondana nendiza iyasendiya ke ekuzofanela izohlala nabo kunjalo.
Yebo kunjalo ngakusho lokho.
Yes, that is true. I did say that.
So given that context, are you able to explain what the favor that you did, what favor it was?
Manje ke ekuzweni kwakho lokho mangabe ukhuluma ngale favor usesimeni sokuthi ungachaza ukuthi ifavor lokhuluma ngayo kwakuyifavor yini.
Ngaleso sikhathi mangikhuluma lawo magama. Ngaleso sikhathi mangikhuluma lawo magama.
At that
Yes.
moment when I spoke those words,
Ngangikhuluma kungena qiniseko sokuthi ngikhuluma ngayiphi favor.
I was merely speaking and at that specific time there was no actually fact as to which favor I was talking about.
Yes,
Kodwa masiyihlaziya manje.
yes.
But when we now look in details at it,
Ihlaziye ungathi ngangenzela othile ifavor okumhlambe umnumzane ukolwane.
it looks as if I was doing someone a favor like Mr. Kulwani.
Uma uzokhumbula iclearance mangikhuluma no Mr. Kolwane.
Yes,
If you recall the clearance when I was talking with Mr. Kulwani,
Noma ngasakhumbula isikhathi ukuthi kwakubani kwaze kwaba isikhathi kodwa kwakuyilanga elilodwa.
even though I cannot remember from which time to what time, but it was only one day.
Emaphethelweni enkulumo yethu no Mr. Kolwane no Colonel Anderson
At the end of our discussions between Colonel Anderson and Mr. Kulwani,
masuthatha le ngxoxo base ngathi ngangibenzela ifavor ngoba kuwathatha isikhathi leso sikhathi kwelanga.
correct.
when you look at these recordings or the discussions, it looks like as if I was doing them a favor because it took a specific time of the day.
So ngamaye amazwi mawucubungula kanjalo bangathi ngangibenzela ifavor.
And then when you look deep into it like that, it looks like I was doing a favor.
Were you not doing them a favor?
Bungaba yenzeli ke ifavor leyo?
Cha akunjalo.
No, that is not so.
But did you not say in that conversation that you were going to do Mr. Kolwane a favor?
Kepha kule ngxoxo ke noma inkulumiswano bewungasho ukuthi uyenzela umnomzana uKulwani ke na ke ububele noma ifavor.
Angilikhipanga igama lomuntu engithe mangikhuluma ngegama lefavor ngimenzela ifavor.
I never mentioned any person's name when I was talking about doing someone a favor. Chairperson?
Yes, thank you. Was there something you wanted to add?
Bekhona okunye ufuna ukusho?
Cha hlala.
No,
Okay,
Chairperson.
thank you.
I agree, you did not mention a name, but you were very clear in the next line that is in connection with the Indian aircraft. So you did not, I agree with you, but you were very clear that it's in line with the Indian aircraft.
Uthi yebo kunjalo awubizanga gama kepha ke nake wawucaca ukuthi ke ukhuluma maqondana ke nendiza ke evela eIndia.
Lokho okubhalwe phansi kuyiqiniso.
What is written here, yes, is the truth.
Umuntu engikhuluma naye umuntu wesi4 oSara.
The person that I'm speaking to, who is the fourth person being Sarah,
Njengoba bese ngichaza ukuthi usebenza kuphi.
as I've already explained where she is working.
Ayikho umuntu emxhumanisa nendiza yaseNdiya.
There is nothing that connects her to the Indian flight.
Do you still have anything?
I want you to have your last comment. So when you spoke to Sarah and you make reference to the Indian aircraft, or you mentioned the name of Ambassador Kolwane, did you want him to acknowledge you for what you have done with regard to the Indian aircraft?
Uma ngabe ukhuluma ke no Sarah ke ukhuluma ngegama lami nomzana uKolwane bewufuna mhlambe ke na ke akuthathele ekhanda maqondana naloko kwenzekele ngendiza yase India.
Bese ngichazile kwaseqaleni mphathi ohlelo. Ukukhuluma kwami noSara angikhulumena nalowo muntu. Ebezothi mayikhuluma nalowo muntu, mayikhuluma nomnumzana uKolwane, akhumbule ukuthi ukhuluma nobani.
I've already stated that when I was speaking to Sarah and asking her to speak with that person on my behalf, that specific person, when he or she was going to speak with Mr. Kolwane, mentioning the name Thabo, Mr. Kolwane would simply remember who that person is.
And you
Was-
knew...
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Chair.
From the evidence that Mr. Kolwane gave here, and from what I understand the recordings to indicate, he seems to have been very keen that approval be given. Was that your understanding of his attitude as well?
It seems to be very.
He seemed to be very keen to get the Department of Defense to approve the clearance. Was that your understanding at the time as well?
Masizwa ubufakazi bakamnumzana uKolwane ke na bekubonakala naye ukuthi ke na ke ube nentshisekelo yokuthi ke indiza leyaseNdiya inikezwe imvume noma iapproval. Nawe yilento ngaleso sikhathi ke na ke boyibona ifanele iyenzekile.
Ake sithi kwenzeka uSara akhuluma nalowo muntu ethi umnumzana uKolwane uyamazi.
Let's say it happened that Sarah spoke to that person and athi lo muntu wazi ubani?
Uyamazi umnumzana uKolwane.
Kusho uthi
Ake sithi kwenzeka
Yeah.
ukuthi uSara mayikhuluma nalowo muntu
yeah,
uyamazi umnumzana uKolwane.
loyo muntu loyo.
Yebo.
Let's say when I was speaking to Sarah and asking her to speak with this other person, let's say it happened that person knew Mr. Kolwane.
Wayezothi lo muntu mayikhuluma no Mr. Kolwane kube lula ukuthi angikhumbule ukuthi ngubani.
It was going to be simple for that person when he was speaking to Mr. Kolwane, for Mr. Kolwane to recognize who I was.
Kwakuzoba kuyo Mr. Kolwane uthi uthini ngesicelo sami angazi ukuthi wayizothini.
It was going to be upon Mr. Kolwane as to what to do about my requests. I don't know what he was going to say.
Do you agree that if in handling the request for clearance, you did something that made Mr. Kolwane unhappy, that would count against you in your quest to get a job with him, with his department.
Uyavuma ukuthi ke mangabe ekuqhubeni kwakho leso sicelo ke naka noma i-clearance leyo kwaba khona okubi okuthize ukwenzile ke lokho bekungeke kumjabulise umnumzana uKulwane ke noma ngabe se ufaka lesicelo ke naka bewusicela kuye.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, I'm not sure if the interpretation was accurate. Let me just repeat. Do you agree that if Mr. Kolwane, when he heard that you were looking for a job in his department, if he was aware that you had done something that he was unhappy about with regard to the request for clearance, that would have jeopardized your prospects of getting a job through him?
Ngamanye amagama ke nake uma ngabe umnumzana uKulwane ke nake bekazi ukuthi ke wenze okuthize maqondana nalesicelo ke kepha unganelisekanga ngaloko ke njengoba ke wawufuna ukuthi ke kwenzeleke ububele obuthize ke ube kade ke nake ngeke ke mhlawumbe ke aneliseke naye no ngaleso sicelo kwebe uzoba usifaka noma usenza kuye.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just in closing, you can just comment. One can only make a conclusion that you did what you did because you wanted Ambassador Kolwane to remember you when the time is right. You can just comment.
Singaqeda ngokuthi wenze lokho kwenzileke ngoba bewufuna ukuthi ke umnumzana uKulwane akukhumbule ke uma ngabe isikhathi ke sesifanele. Thini ngalokho?
Angivumelani nalokho.
I don't agree with that.
Isizathu salokho ukuthi ngavumelani nalokho.
And the reason why I don't agree with that,
Mr. Kolwane ngimazi ocingweni ngaleso sikhathi ngikhuluma naye.
I know Mr. Kulwane when I was talking with him telephonically at that time.
Kwakuzoba kuye ukuthi mawukuthi konke kuhambe kahle uyanginika umsebenzi okanye akanginika umsebenzi.
It was going to depend on him. Should he agree to give me a job or not?
Ngokwenza kwami lokho futhi
Yeah.
njoba sengishilo kwakuzoba ukuthi uyanginika umsebenzi okanye akanginika umsebenzi.
By me doing that, again, it was going to depend from him whether he is going to offer me the job or not.
So angivumelani nombono ukuthi lokhu ngangikwenza ngoba vele ngangifuna umsebenzi eDerko.
So I don't agree with the fact that I did that because I needed to get a job at DECO.
Thank you, Chair. I don't
Thank
have any further question. That will be it for me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Major NGC, for coming back when you were asked to come back and clarify some of the aspects of your evidence. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi ke ubuye ke uzokwazi ke ukuthi ke ubuzwe imibuzo yokuqaqisa ezinye zezinto ke wawuzishilo ngaphambili.
Ngiyabonga baba.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You are excused.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll adjourn the proceedings for today, and tomorrow we'll start at 10. We adjourn.